השנייה נזום מוגש לך. ענה,
Hello, good morning. Hi, Rick.
Hi, good morning, Sophia. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, I think it's more than half a year now since the last time we met. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Marika.
Your hair is long.
Yeah, yours too.
We need to join the green room.
Okay. So I click on join, I think.
Hi, good morning. Guys, just a message for you. If you are not in a green room, don't discuss
Hello,
things because
good morning.
we are
Hello,
already
good morning.
streaming.
Hi, good morning, Sophia. Hi, good morning, Sophia. See you again. Good to see you again. Yeah.
So the hair discussion is now on YouTube.
We will stay professional.
Okay, somebody has echo.
Your hair is long. Your hair is long.
Yours too. Yeah, yours too.
We need to join the green room. Join the green room.
Na, tej si slušalke noter.
You were muted.
Okay. Mislim, da pa zdaj meni da. A se Miha pa ne
Bom dala YouTube na...
We can't hear you, Ivana.
Okay.
Okay, grem jaz zdaj v green room. Se Miha.
Maya, are you moving Senia to green room? Marika is asking.
Okay, I will. Here you go.
Have your imaj slušalke.
A dam še Mary?
Mary, yeah.
Tudi? Okay, kaj pa Liz, tam tudi v green room? Jaz se bom potegnila dol WhatsApp. Dobro? Znam, če bom čas. Ivana, a ti dela zdaj zvok?
Kako?
A ti dela sound?
Ja.
Ok, nimaš
Se, ne, nimam eho,
Okej.
vse je super.
Dobro, v redu. Liz dam v green room, ne? Liz Thomas.
What's that? Sorry. You want to put me in a room?
Liz isto treba da ide u naš green room.
Ok, zdaj bom
Ja.
dala čisto vse, ko so zdaj tukaj v green room.
Thank you.
Imam jaz možnost prek tvojega WhatsAppa komunicirati? Jaz bom samo v green roomu delala.
Kako?
Jaz ne rabim biti v WhatsAppu.
Ne,
Ok.
ker ga nimaš.
Ja.
Ampak to je okej. Samo
Okej.
imaj slušalke, da slišiš, kaj
Okej.
oni rečejo. Okay.
To stay time, and then I have 15 minutes, right? So I will try to do this in 4 minutes, and have some room in case there are questions or whatever, and then I will leave again.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the online Inclusiveness Meetup, looking back, moving forwards, conversations about student inclusion and belonging in higher education, learning from I Belong. My name is Marieke Meeuwissen, and I am the project leader of the EU-funded Erasmus Plus Strategic Partnership in Higher Education, which we named I Belong. And I'm very honored that Professor Dr. Semia Denktas, who is the Chief Diversity Officer of Erasmus University Rotterdam in the Netherlands, will officially open today's conference. And if you have any questions, you can ask them in the Q&A space on the I Belong conference page, via which you see this event. Please, Semia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marieke. I'm very honored to be able to open this wonderful conference today. And thank you for inviting me for the I Belong conference. As you said, my name is Semia Denktas. I'm the Chief Diversity Officer, and my other job is just being Professor in Behavioral Sciences. Next slide, please. I just want to share some of our vision and values at the Diversity and Inclusion Office that we have stated. And we try to be an inclusive university that attracts and retains talented students, faculty and staff broadly representative of the diverse perspectives in society, because our university is in the region of Rotterdam, which has a very diverse population. We strive to be an inclusive university that is active in eliminating implicit and explicit barriers that prevent the full participation of members of the academic community. And we're active in developing policies, procedures, and practices that promote that inclusive culture. We like to call ourselves FRESH, that stands for Freedom of Speech for Everyone, which is indisputable, recognizing that competitiveness and innovation of the institution is enhanced by the diverse backgrounds, perspectives, knowledge, and experiences of our students, faculty, and staff members. Social equity, inclusion, and dignity are right for all members of the EUR community and society as a whole. Harassment and discrimination in any form have no place at our university. Next slide, please. I have quite a large team in the Diversity and Inclusion Office, which is, I would say, unique in the Netherlands. I have a lot of experts in different areas. I have a day-to-day manager, Gwenda Bruin, and management support. We have a communications advisor. We have an HR specialist in diversity and inclusion. We have a specialist in inclusive education and monitoring and assessment. And we have a whole team that is just recently built to work on the outreach project. I will share more about that in a minute. So I have a large team, so I am able to do a lot within our university, which is one of the largest universities in the Netherlands. I have a budget around 1.2 million euros per year, so it's something that we can work with, to say at least. Next slide, please. So the topics that we address are inclusive education, monitoring our research on the institutional level, student engagement, inclusive HR, and outreach. Just to give you an example how we work on inclusive HR, just recently the national monitor on female professors was launched, and what we've done in the past 2 years is to develop and implement policy to make sure that we have more female professors in our university. And we were one of the universities lagging behind. In 2017, we had approximately 14% female professors. Now, at the end of 2020, we had approximately 25% female professors. So we had a steep growth, and I'm very proud of that. On an institutional level, you have to think about inclusive communication. Language matters, and representation matters in pictures and in stories, etc. Monitoring and research are very important to us because we don't want to work solely on storytelling, and we want to prevent that it becomes anecdotal. We want to work data-driven, knowledge-driven, so we also collect data, not just quantitative data, but also qualitative data. That makes our program more science-based and sometimes, for me, easier to discuss with the deans. All right, next slide, please. Today is about I Belong, which is very, very important. I find that such an important topic. And like you and Marika has been working for many years now on inclusive education, we are doing that from the D&I office too. And to us, inclusive education has elements that we have written down on this slide. All students feel connected with and at home at the university, so they feel that they belong. Individual talents and skills flourish and show. And inclusive education also means teacher professionalization. And it also means that we have to embed in existing structures as much as possible if we develop and design new interventions, new ways to teach, or new teacher professionalization trainings. So it's a lot of work, but it's a holistic approach. You can't just tap into one element and believe that you're already there. But you guys already know all of that, of course. Next slide. We find student engagement very important. And of course, within our university and all higher education, student engagement is seen as something that is crucial. At the Erasmus University, we found out that some student groups were not represented as well as we think they should be. So we, from the D&I office, we started with the formation of the Erasmus First D&I Student Council for Equity, Diversity and Inclusion, SCADI. SCADI now is a sounding board and advice for D&I policies, and they're creating an associations handbook with valuable information for associations to be more equitable, and evaluating mentorship and internship programs of different companies. So they are very active in participating in all sorts of domains within higher education and outside of higher education. We are initiating dialogues with various students and study organizations to determine their needs, thoughts on improving diversity and inclusion at UR. We don't want to be the ones who are deciding what they need. They should be able to tell us that, and so that we can facilitate what they need. We're fostering dialogue and discussion between all students, including international and bicultural students, on sexual safety, mental health, in collaboration with student well-being at the Student Wellbeing Festival, and many more topics. Next slide, please. One of my dream projects was the outreach project. In 2019, we went to UCLA, organized by Mary Tupan. You all know her probably. And together we went to do a site visit and to learn from their outreach programs. And it was such a valuable couple of days, because we learned how they approach the community approach, and how they experienced the outreach program from the student perspective and from the staff perspective. And when we came back to the Netherlands, we didn't copy paste a proposal, but we tried to see what we could use within the Rotterdam context. And our proposal was granted with 2.5 million euros for 4 years, and we started last year. And it's about equal opportunities in education for historically underrepresented groups. We focus on removing barriers and focusing on talent. And it has 3 pillars. The first one is early outreach. It elaborates our connection with underrepresented school pupils and students. It already starts in primary schools, goes further in secondary and then to higher education. The second pillar is student-centered support, expand and improve student-centered support, like the title says. Again, it's based on what do students need, not based on what we can deliver or already delivering. So we have many different students and we have to tap into their needs and see how we can facilitate them even better. And the third pillar is about building new blocks. It's about enabling equity-based opportunity programs and activities of your community. Again, that could be for primary education, secondary or higher education, because we believe that the pipeline already starts in primary education and that we have to start developing programs already early in life. So this is very brief summary of what we're doing. If you want to know more about our diversity and inclusion interventions and programs, please visit our website on the Erasmus University website. If you search for diversity and inclusion at you will find us. Just a final point. I think this is what you are doing with I Belong is so important. I'm now almost 50 years old. I was a first generation student born in Istanbul, migrated to the Netherlands. I am a first generation academic, one of the few professors at the Erasmus University with the background that I have. So I truly still feel what a lot of students feel when they say, I'm not sure whether I belong at higher education. And that's something I find painful, but at the same time, it drives me to work on these projects and to give as much support as I can to projects like yours. Again, thank you for inviting me and have a great conference.
Well, thank you very much, Samia. It's really impressive what you have done so far at our university. And of course, I very much underline the importance of your work. We have some questions, so hopefully you will be willing to answer those. So you mentioned the pipeline that is so important in creating inclusive environments throughout the pipeline to make sure that all pupils and students flourish and that their talents are recognized and acknowledged in education. How do you organize that in this broad context you are working?
Yeah. So the first thing that we did is connect to schools within our city, to primary schools and secondary schools. And as we all know, worldwide, the pandemic has even deepened the problems that we face when it comes to deprivation and disparities between children and the opportunities their parents can provide. Think of homeschooling. And so the schools in our city were very happy with our approach. So they were very willing to participate in our programs. The second thing that we did is approach community initiatives of parents, but also societal organizations, to see how we can support parents. So we wanted to include the broader community too. And the third intervention, or the third initiative, was to talk to teachers, of course, because we don't just want to focus on children or parents, but we also want to focus on teachers, because we want an approach that addresses the system, not only, let's say, improving skills of children. So it should be an holistic approach to our view.
Thank you very much, clear, and also very focused on the different aspects which you consider important in building communities and pipelines. I see another question popping up. So there is a question about the projects. So one question is if you could please outline which formats you offer to students to give them more support, and how your approach to inclusive teaching looks like. So those are two different questions, of course.
Yeah. So to start with the last one. So our inclusive education specialist, before she was an assistant professor in university, wrote a project proposal on inclusive education, and that again had different aspects. That was, for example, about inclusive communication, skills training, but also building a knowledge platform that we're going to launch coming year, in the new academic year. That's about providing teaching staff with tools, very practical. We try to be very practical. We don't want to just give advice, but also how can you organize an inclusive classroom. And we also offer trainings for teachers. We collaborate with already existing experts within the Erasmus University. So it's on the one hand, looking for opportunities to make changes in the structure. For example, looking at the course literature that is being used. Is that diverse, or is it just the Western approach? So we're doing a pilot right now. But also on the classroom culture. Is it inclusive? What type of communication do we use? And there's a whole area of expertise in nonviolent communication, for example. That is all included in our approach. And the first question was about, I think, what do we offer to students? Yeah, that's still in development stage. We first started with making the whole program, developing and designing the whole program, and now we're developing the interventions, because we are also going to scientifically evaluate the whole program and also the separate interventions. And we have a PhD student and a postdoc researcher starting up this research. We are now doing a qualitative study among students on the needs aspect. What do students need in these programs that go further than what we're already offering?
Thank you. And I think that relates to another question. the question is, who are the main influencers of sense of belonging of students in their pathway to higher education, in your opinion?
Well, that really depends, I think, on whether they are in primary school or secondary school or already in higher education. And so that's a very difficult, I find that a very difficult question to answer. I think teachers have a tremendous influence on how you feel as a child when you are in school, whether you are sort of motivated to do more or to be ambitious, or whether you're told, well, maybe you should just do this and don't think ahead. This is difficult enough for you, etc. And whether you feel safe to ask questions. I mean, one of my other PhD students did research in among scholarship students at our liberal arts and sciences school. And one of the things that we found out was, which wasn't very surprising, I have to say, is that students who received a scholarship said that they sometimes were sort of anxious to ask specific questions because they thought that would be stupid, or that would be strange to ask that question. So that means that they were very insecure whether it was safe to ask any question. And that's a difference with students who have parents with higher education. These differences we see in the classroom and outside the classroom. So I'm sorry, I'm sure it's not a very clear answer, but it's very difficult to answer.
Yeah, but I think it illustrates the importance of the theme, and that sense of belonging is really an individual fundamental need, and it is impacted by various stakeholders and contexts in the entire educational.
Absolutely, but there are also examples. I think these are not unique to Rotterdam. Also, that some of these the scholarship students, for example, were asked by fellow students, "Are you the cleaning lady here?" Because they thought you don't fit into the way you look. You don't fit in the environment of our school. So and that's painful, because that really is an external sort of factor that maybe strengthens the idea by this student that they don't belong.
Yeah. I'm looking at the time. I have one final question before we close this session. So there is a question what your advice would be for universities that don't have D&I officers and officers yet. So what would be the first steps in initiating D&I officers?
Yeah, I think you have to start with your why. Why do you need a D&I office? And you need to problematize and work from there. And I think for many, many years, it was just about gender diversity, and it was sort of presented as a business case that, well, we all could profit of more women in higher positions, etc. And so it was like we had to prove that we were worth a lot if you had female professors. But I was always a bit hesitant about this business approach, because I think we are a public organization, and I like to sort of go into the moral aspect of diversity and inclusion. Why are we in university, and what's our task in society? And what do we need to deliver? So you really need to sort of look into the why and then go into what you will do. And And it is not an easy trajectory, I have to say that. But if higher education or any organization truly takes this seriously, then they will allocate funding for it and allocate people so that they can really work on the topics that urgently need our attention.
Thank you, Samia. Thank you very much for your presence here today and your contribution and the sharing of your thoughts and ideas. Again, it's very impressive what you have reached so far at our university, and I'm well convinced that many more great things will come. And of course, it's very much needed. We all acknowledge that. In this I Belong team, at least. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you around in Rotterdam.
All right, thank you. Have a great conference. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Marike, and thank you, Samia, for this inspiring start. I think that we can now move forward with the second panel. We are waiting for Sophia to join us. I think that most team members are here. Okay, let us just, okay. I think we are now here with full members. Okay. So, as you know from the program, now we move into the part where we will be discussing I Belong reflections, because as you know, the project, well, COVID gave us additional time to have even more time to work on this important topic. So we've been working for the last 3 years on developing different interventions. And when we discussed among ourselves, we also concluded that when we started this project in 2019, the field was much different than it is now. There is more work on this and there is more interest from various stakeholders to work on this issue. That's why we thought that it will be interesting to bring on the final event of the I Belong, to bring all partners and discuss their views, and we prepared interesting questions for each one of them. I will introduce who is now here with us in this panel. It's Marike Muwise, which you now met through this first panel, and who is the face of I Belong project, because she was here for all previous events as well. Marike is Associate Professor in Educational Sciences, Program Director of Bachelor of Pedagogical Science at Erasmus University, and as well, she is Project Leader of I Belong. Then after Marike's presentation, we will talk with Miriam Lotze, who is Research Fellow at Osnabrück University in the Department of Educational Science. We will ask question also to Sofia Marques de Silva. She is Assistant Professor at Faculty of Psychology and Educational Science at University of Porto. We will discuss with Liz Thomas, Professor of Higher Education at Edge Hill University, our partner from UK, and Mary Tupan, Executive Director at ECHO, Center for Diversity Policy. Everybody is ready here, I assume. So I have my first question would be for Marike. When I was thinking of the questions for Marike, I thought, okay, at Erasmus University, at your department, you didn't have mentoring programs, so you introduced mentoring program of I Belong to your department. And you also, of course, integrated the dialogue days and teen teacher reflections. How do you initiate change at your own department? How do you get allies on board? And how do you ensure support from your colleagues and the department to try something new? I think this is perfect continuation of the last question to Samia, because I think that even if you have the idea to start diversity and inclusion office at your university, you probably should start from your department first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. Yes, so when the Erasmus plus I Belong project was funded several years ago, our I Belong consortium started designing and developing our 3 interrelated I Belong activities, namely the student staff dialogue days, the team teacher reflections, and student community mentoring programs. And at my university, there was indeed no community mentoring program present, at least in my course program. And in the process of developing and designing the interventions, and I would like to emphasize the word process instead of project. I Belong is a project, but it was a process in which we were in as a team. And we have embraced a whole team approach, which entails students, student peer mentors, teachers, support staff, and managers. But that was also a process. Because as the I Belong team, we decided to first implement our interventions in 4 single course programs in pedagogy and education in our partner universities. So Edgehill University, Erasmus University, the University of Osnabrück, and the University of Porto. And we used a bottom-up approach, meaning that we started together with our most important stakeholders in these contexts, namely our students and our staff. And we paid attention to our own specific contexts. And I got the approval of the former program director of the bachelor program Pedagogical Sciences at Erasmus University in Rotterdam. And then I could start implementing the I Belong interventions that we developed as a team. And when recruiting I Belong students, peer mentors, that's what we did first, I was very fortunate to have engaged, enthusiastic and proactive students such as Amina Kovac, who you will meet later today, who were very open about their own needs as a students and who were also very much willing to share their experiences with our first year students. So I had student peer mentors who really committed themselves to the I Belong program, and together with staff members who already recognized and acknowledged the importance of themes such as student belonging and inclusive education, we continued the implementation of our I Belong interventions and activities in our single course program. And I would also like to note that the team teacher reflection that we have designed and developed, which is about professionalization of staff, was explicitly designed as a team approach, so that also staff members who were not yet very aware of the importance of the themes we address as I Belong, that those staff members were also reached and involved. And in this process, we have learned together that the timing of our interventions is critical. So we really need to start promoting belonging right at the start of the beginning, so of the academic year, so when first year students enroll. And it is really very important to continue the conversations and activities throughout the academic year. And we also learned that we should embed the interventions in the curriculum to really create impact and to guarantee continuation. So this also goes for the dialogue in your staff team, for example. So really make sure that you embed those team reflections on diversity and inclusion in your staff meetings, want otherwise it will get lost in the daily teaching practice. And to scale up interventions and sustain the program, I have learned that management support is crucial. So after the first year of I Belong interventions in my own single course program, we were able to scale up the interventions to 2 other course programs in our faculty, as our faculty's D&I officer and our Vice Dean of Education recognized the importance of our program of evidence-informed interventions. So now we have a faculty-wide mentoring program, including the I Belong mentoring, and I'm really very proud of that. And you already mentioned it, Ivana. Sometimes change is also created by global challenges. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic and worldwide anti-racism protests, exposing the importance of belonging and inclusion, in our case, in higher education.
Thank you, Marika. I'm all the time taking notes, even though I was part of the project all the time. For me, it's interesting because it's really, you can see that it all starts from 2-3 people that are interested and supported by their colleagues, but then they initiate change and it becomes a wave. So it's a lot for 2 or 3, but then it becomes like a whole team process. Thank you, Marika. I think that by mentioning sustainability, you also opened up the space for my next question that I would like to address to Miriam Lotze. We know that you scaled up as well the I belong at your whole university. So you started with the department, but then the others picked up and it seemed as something that everybody should be on board with. So you scaled up and you basically now run I belong project at university level. Can you explain more in detail how can we get to that in other universities as well to spark the change from our department to several departments, then to all the way to the university? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ivana. Yes, mentoring rolled up at UOS. So not only the pandemic, but the pandemic was a main aspect why mentoring was so important for our heads of the university to roll up our mentoring program from the department to a university-wide approach. And the pandemic gave the reason for enrolling the mentoring because it was important to support students by coming into a university where campuses are closed and all seminars and all teaching is online. And so it was awareness for the importance of social networks for students, especially in their enrolling phase at the university. And so we decided that we will have a conference with all deans and with all faculties to explain our idea to give a mentoring support to all first-year students. So there was no exclusion in case of this mentoring program was open for every student at the university. And so the awareness of these social networks were the main aspect. The deans said, yes, that's very important for the first phase, coming into university, and also to create a sense of belonging. And so we did not had very much challenges to get them on board. The most challenging was that we had to fit the mentoring program into existing programs in the faculties at the university. So that was the main aspect and the main discussion point we had. And so it was important to be flexible with this mentoring approach so that it fits to all contexts at the university. You can imagine that this is very important. Yeah. I think this is the main I can tell about enrolling the mentoring at UOS.
Thank you, Miriam. But I think we can add that probably having a very good manual that you developed for starting community mentoring program probably also helps to adapt to different contexts, and also probably helps to your colleagues to find a way to insert I Belong mentoring scheme at their programs, even though they are from some other contexts. Yeah, I agree with you. Having COVID basically opened up a space for this topic, probably more. We will discuss this, we will tackle this also in this panel, but we have a whole panel devoted to this topic. So thank you, Miriam. I think that now it would be interesting to hear from Sofia, because at the University of Porto, what they did and what we are very proud of, they went one step further. They basically implemented I Belong at a completely different university. So after successful implementation of I Belong with their department, they reached out to Porto Polytechnic, if I'm not mistaken. Sofia, please correct me. But I would like to hear from you not only experience of reaching out to Porto Polytechnic, but your thoughts on how do we get other departments that are not, well, not other departments, other universities that are not familiar with our own work and that have their own structures and ideas. How do we get them on board in this journey? Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana, for this question. Yes, it's true. In fact, we tried to transfer what we did in our department to another higher education institution. It's not Porto Polytechnic. It's a little bit far away, 50 kilometers more or less. It's the Polytechnic of Cabo de Iave, IPCA, with which I already had some previous interactions regarding other activities in which I was involved. And that's, I think it's one of the relevant issues to point is the fact that when we are trying to pilot this kind of project in another institution, it's relevant to have previous interactions, previous relationship with, you know, key colleagues that are also a little bit sharing, you know, the willingness to develop and to be challenged by a new project. So in this institution, we decided to choose the management school, which is completely different from an educational department. So, but that was on purpose, and this was discussed among I Belong team members. It was on purpose exactly to also to test and to evaluate I Belong through another experience. I think this is always a self awareness as well through other colleagues' way of appropriating the project. So we, of course, that flexibility is also very important because we are speaking about field of knowledge that are completely different. They have their own way of questioning reality. Their questions are different from our questions. They have different expertise, and I think that we also need to take that into consideration and integrate their expertise in our own project. So the project, it's not the same anymore when you are, you know, transferring the activities to other contexts. And I think that's the main issue, is how different organizations with different organizational cultures are able to understand the main key points of the project and appropriate it to their own cultures and way of doing things. Otherwise, I think it will fail. It's not an imposition of one size fits all. It's a way of, this is a model, if we may say so. This is a model, and the best thing is the model is prepared to. It was tested by us, by I Belong team, but it's adequate to other contexts to understand it and use as they see most appropriate to do in their own institutions. Bear in mind that the activities that we developed in this institution were developed during lockdown. So we were using, so it was not face-to-face. We had some face-to-face meetings there just to prepare, but then the activities were during March 2020. So meaning that we needed to develop other tools to, for example, to do the power walk online, to do the activities with the students online, with students that we never see before. So it's not like our students from our faculty, from our institution. So that was very challenging. Another issue that I think it's relevant, it's not taking for granted that there is this common sensitivity to particular issues regarding diversity. So this is, our daily basis discussions and reflections in our own department, because it's education, and that's our main object of teaching, learning, and research. But for a management school, this is not their everyday concerns. It's a concern for management and for how teachers look to their students, but they are not, producing theory or researching on this. So we need to also to create a common ground regarding language and how, and we need to departure from there. So, I don't know, for example, ethnicity, social class, gender, these are not, like everyday concerns. They have these issues, but they are not thinking about this as we are, because it's by default we are discussing and reflecting on this. So that was also a very relevant issue for us, for the Portuguese team, was to realize that these kind of issues are not, especially among students, they don't see that, they don't see differences, they don't think that diversity is a problem. So for us, it was also a motivation to discuss with them issues from I belong and how to create sense of belong, because it's not an issue. Even if the problem is there, or there is some problems, they are not so aware of that due to the fact that they are in a completely different institution, concerned with other issues regarding their own field. So I think that looking back, what I would have done differently, and I think that for the future could be interesting. I think that we need to do some kind of collaborative research before implementing the project, for us to better understand the institution culture, how they work, what kind of devices and activities they already have. We did a little bit, but I think that we need a more situated approach to the context where the project is being developed. To better understand, for example, the diversity of the students of this institution. But I think the main issue is that it's the activities of this project, of any other more intervention focused project, is to take into consideration the context and to be integrated in existing activities, actions, even if they are tiny, little. It needs to be integrated in some of the work they are already doing. It's cannot be considered as another layer, completely different layer of work in what they are doing. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Sophia. Again, I was taking notes, and I must say that all the challenges and opportunities that you listed in reaching out to different universities, I must ask you, how many were you? Like 20 people working on this? Because it looks like a completely new project, because you have to start everything from scratch. When you mentioned the language and context and department and getting them on board, it sounds like you were 20 people on board, but I actually know that it's not true. How many were you on this?
Well, we were 3. Me, Sara Faria, she's listening to us at this moment, and Alexandra Doroftei, which was in fact the person that led some of the activities in this institution. So
Thank you. No, because it was a lot of work for 3 people. That's also one of the topics that we need to think of, and these are the resources. Very often, what is missing is human resources to implement these things. We can have all these beautiful ideas, but at the end of the day, I heard so many times all of you saying that, you know, it's teaching and research, and then you have to also implement this type of activities. Thank you, Sophia. I would now like to hear from Liz Thomas, because all colleagues before already discussed the impact of COVID on I Belong, on our reflections, or on departing from the initial idea, moving it online. I was also inspired for this question by the article, well, the interview that you had last year with the colleague who was interviewing you about, you know, all the digital tools that now people have to use, and what should be taken for the future, even if we return to times before COVID, what can we keep from these times? So my question is, what is the next step for this topic, not only like I Belong project, but for the topic of sense of belonging after the initial COVID emergency? How will things develop? What are your thoughts on this?
Oh, thank you, Ivana. Yeah, I mean, like every institution, we experienced all the challenges of trying to convert our I Belong project from a face-to-face intervention to an online intervention. Our very first challenge was around doing some staff development, and I know Rick is listening, and it was really hard that first session, thinking how we did these, how we kind of embraced these quite challenging issues around diversity and converted them. But actually, he and Pravini did a fantastic job working with colleagues from Edge Hill University around that. And so I think Sophia mentioned this already. They converted the Power Walk, for example, into an online activity. What we've been able to do subsequently then is to run, for example, CPD sessions using Zoom and Teams for much larger groups of people using some of those tools. So that was one of the first opportunities. But in comparison, staff were quite easy to engage with online. And our next challenge was perhaps engaging with our students. So how we converted our dialogue day activities into these online things. And I remodeled our second dialogue day into an online program of activities. And one of the things we did quite early on was to have a session where we did a live session with students. And we didn't have very many students turn up, even though we had a very large group. And most of them didn't have their cameras on. And I thought it would be really nice if they introduced themselves, as we didn't have huge numbers. And several of them at that point just left the meeting. So I started to realize that the many challenges that we were facing and colleagues across the world were facing around all of this. So I suppose that started off with the challenges, and we managed to overcome those. So in the next year of implementation, we had a much more embedded model. So we connected I Belong to the course that was being taught. And there is a real advantage, as Sophia's already talked about, that in education, we could connect it much more. So we could build that idea around a sense of belonging to students' future sense of working in the education or childcare sectors. But I think there are arguably ways that you can do that in all sorts of sectors, that actually part of the graduate skills of the future are around being able to work with diverse groups of people and to help everyone to kind of work together as teams. So we were able to bring things together. One of the huge advantages we then had was that it became a much longer, thinner approach. So before, we'd had activities largely sort of at the beginning of the year. The mentoring was spread through the year a bit more. And then we had a dialogue day at the end and the staff development activities in the middle. But this allowed us to spread it through the first semester. So I think that was a real advantage of that. We also were able to move to a more hybrid model. So we used some live delivery using Zoom, and then we had some breakout groups, and students were in rooms with tutors and windows open and spread out and all those kind of things. but we were able to do that, and I think we developed that. And actually, from my point of view, what that did was it promoted more ownership by colleagues across the university, because they were having to deliver the tutor sessions. So that was a great advantage. In terms of learning from this and moving on to the future, I think we have got lots of opportunities that come out of this. So although initially it was really challenging, and I experienced those early issues of students just kind of walking away because they didn't want to be identified, it made me think about what we could do. The EdTech interview that you mentioned was really pushing me around those kind of solutions. So what can technology do? And I think it forced us to look at how we use different bits of software to engage our students. I still think we need more solutions around how we make it really easy for academic staff to embed and utilise a whole range of different tools in order to engage students. I mean, students and staff want it to be really simple and easy to use. I think the example today works really well of having the Zoom broadcast next to the questions, and that makes it really easy for people to do. So I think academic staff want more of that. They also want a better sense of who's in the room. So when no one's got their camera on, or just a few people, you see this kind of limited number of faces, but you don't always get that sense of who's there, and you don't really get that sense of who's engaging. So these were some of the things that we talked about with Adam Black when he was talking to me about how the ed tech sector might be able to support us as academic colleagues moving forward. But I've just completed a survey at one institution asking staff about how they adapted their learning and teaching, their assessments and their curriculum contents over the 3 periods, sorry. So the first lockdown, the next academic year, and then this academic year. And asked them particularly what they wanted to keep. And one of the things they talk about keeping is around the one-to-one meetings, as those being really useful. And certainly our mentors have developed and found that to be very helpful. So initially our mentors were doing all their work face-to-face, and then they moved to an online model. They did some group sessions, but what staff and our mentors were able to find was that it's actually very flexible to schedule online meetings one-to-one. And actually for more non-traditional or more disadvantaged or diverse students, having that opportunity to have a meeting at a time that suits you has worked really well. But overwhelmingly, what academic colleagues were talking about keeping was really a flipped learning model. And I think we've been working really hard in the higher education sector to encourage people to move away from didactic lecturing towards actually helping students to put learning into practice and to become much more active in their own learning process. So by being forced to use online lectures and then sometimes being given some face-to-face time, colleagues have started to see the advantage of delivering shorter lectures. There were quite a few comments in the survey around shorter lectures, and I think that's again something that we've known, that people's concentration doesn't last for ages, and it's much better to have short chunks and then put it into practice. They also talked about archiving and making those resources available, and that's really good for non-traditional students, that they can go back to materials, they can re-watch them. It's good for international students or students for whom English or whatever is not the first language, and it's good for disabled students, and it's good for all sorts of groups who want to go back and go over material again. It also facilitates those students who have to work. I did a focus group with students last week, and they said, I have to work. It's not a choice. I have to work. And it's really important that I have those resources to go back to. And so COVID has created this kind of mind shift, which has been really powerful. So colleagues in the survey were talking very much about moving to this flipped learning model. And the other thing which I think they talked about, and is quite powerful, is changing assessments. So suddenly they had to move away from assessments which were based on an exam. And they also were very mindful then that students could, quote unquote, cheat because they wouldn't be able to be invigilated and watched. And this has forced academic colleagues, I think, to think more creatively about the kind of problems and assessments that they set. These kind of open book assessments that might take 1 day or 1 week or 3 days or whatever. And they're actually based on problem solving and applying knowledge. And that, of course, is what we need to be able to do. Information is readily available, but it's about how we use that information and create knowledge and solve problems. And those are some of the things that the academic colleagues I was studying were really kind of talking about retaining. There were one or two who said, there's nothing good, I just want to go back to how it was before. But the majority of staff that commented were talking about that. So both within our I Belong project and more generally, I think the higher education sector change. But our challenge is, if more students are spending less time on campus, how do we help them to all belong? And how do we create these sense of communities? And we have to have those tools to help us do it online. And we have to have some opportunities to work face to face and to create those kind of communities of practice, which will sustain those kind of relationships and support on an ongoing matter, or an ongoing period, even if we're locked down or choosing not to come onto campus.
Thank you, Liz. It's again, as I said yesterday, listening to this body of research you conducted now with staff, one really gets inspiration. What should be our next project? Because there is so much now. As you said, COVID accelerated everything that was being done for the last 10, 20 years on changing the way things are done in education. And now we have all these opportunities to implement that. In like first year was a bit probably shaky for everyone, but now I think we are starting to see benefits and starting to adjust to it. So yes, I think that this mind shift that you were saying is interesting to see where this will go in the next period, and it's also something for us to look how I Belong can then blend into that and change again. Yeah, we are changing our project all the time. It seems like in these 3 years we had 3 different projects. Thank you, Liz. I would now like to go maybe beyond the immediate academic field and ask Mary, considering ECHO's history of working also on projects and cooperating with other type of employees, not just academia, but also academia. I would like to ask you how we can connect this topic and connect and partner with others. So going beyond our first partners and then reaching out to civil society, to different employers, because they will all need students who've been now trained in COVID times. So my question is how this topic that we were developing in the last 3 years concerns everyone else as well in society, and what do you see as trend there, and in which direction it's going? Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana, for your question. It's a big question, but let me say that sense of belonging is not just related to the experience in higher education. Like Semia already mentioned in the beginning, it starts, in fact, at school, in primary school, and it continues when you arrive in higher education. You finish your bachelor, move to graduate education, and even moving towards the labor market. And it is something that is always it's always something that is relevant to people, because as a person you want to feel a sense of belonging everywhere you are, and whether it is in your private context or your professional context. So I think that that's the first thing. So looking at a sense of belonging before or after higher education is equally important, and I think. But the question is how, and who are the persons who can influence that part, and what can you do, and how does that relate to you as a person? And I think that since I Belong is also very much connected to everything around diversity and inclusion, I think that we can consider that for some groups, feelings of belonging are more challenging than for other groups. And that's one of the things that the project or the process of I Belong, like Marike mentioned, is not only looking at what needs to be done for students, but how can we also empower, for instance, staff in higher education to make sure that they also feel empowered to work with students. And I think what was mentioned also before is that, in higher education or in every context, you're always working towards, whether it is education or within a working environment, I think, and in a working environment, I think a large task is for HR. The HR departments are always working what needs to be done to make sure that my colleagues feel a sense of belonging. And there are, many strategies. There's a lot of policy. But there's also some red threads going through society, and I think if we look at diversity, I think there's also the conversation about who belongs to the mainstream or the dominant group, who is the norm in society, and who is the norm in organizations, whether it's education or within the organizations who are working environments. And I think if you are not part of the norm, you always have to negotiate your identity. And I think that that's the journey that some people have, sometimes a lifelong journey from primary education into the labor market, that sense of belonging is cherished. But it's not always easy to to achieve. And I think also what Sophia already mentioned is that context matters. And so something that is relevant to a certain organization, a certain context, would not be applicable in another context. And whether it is regional, it is national, it is global, or organizational, institutional. And I think that is something that we have learned within I Belong, that context matters. And so like what Liz was saying is that context matters also when something like the pandemic happens, is that you have to rethink how you did your work, and you have to reshape that. And what Miriam was saying, even implementing it within your own institution, it also matters if you're from a different department or a University of Applied Sciences. So what we see in our work is that sense of belonging is definitely also a continuation after higher education. And what we see, and this is the conversation we have with partners, with our corporate partners, but also partners in the public sector, is that creating a sense of belonging is very much related to creating an inclusive working environment. And I think that you asked for trends, and I think one of the trends is that societies are very diverse in a broad sense. But there are certain groups that have more challenges in being either excluded or having less opportunities than other groups. And I think with I Belong, we tried also with, for instance, the TTR, the Team Teacher Reflections, to focus on those kind of challenges. Something like what's mentioned, the power walk. To what extent are you able to relate to the world of somebody else, and what does it mean to your own communication? So that's definitely important. And some developments, like what we've seen with for instance, the Me Too, Black Lives Matter, Asian Lives Matter, all kinds of social movements in society are entering our computers, our rooms. and those are developments that are also affecting how students, and how individuals look at themselves and look at others. And I think that that's one of the biggest challenges. It is great that we are becoming more diverse through all kinds of developments in the world, but how can we make sure that we understand what belonging means to individuals, and how can we relate to that and support each other with, and I think one of the things that one of my colleagues, Pravini Baburam, who has been working with all of you, one of the things that she's always referring to is getting comfortable with the uncomfortable. There are uncomfortable conversations, and we can't deny them, we can't avoid them, but we can have the conversation. And I think an intervention or a program like the dialogue days or mentoring programs that has been part of I Belong is definitely one of those instruments, not the only instruments, but definitely in a very important instruments to have that conversation with each other, and to try to better understand each other, and to also influence mindset. Thanks, Ivana.
Thank you, Mary. I think it's a beautiful way to close because we went from our own project and our own topic to more kind of broader way to society, mentioning also organizations and corporate partners, and also what's happening in society in general with social movements. So I think it's good that we step back and see all the contexts that were around us while we were working on the project. I also think that you kind of already answered in part one of the questions that we received, but you can maybe comment a bit further. And I would like to just add that when you were making that we need to make sure that to understand what belonging means to individuals. For the audience that is listening, I think it's interesting that they stay with us for the next panel, because we will be discussing with students and staff members what it means for them and how it helped them how I Belong helped them in their studies and also in their work at universities. But to go back to the question, there is one, there were many. Do you think it would be possible to use the I Belong program applied to organizations, for example, or even to put it to other fields, to corporate partners? So that was one of the questions I'm seeing now.
Yes, definitely, and I think the context is different, but I think the question is how to ensure that colleagues within your organization are being acknowledged for who they are, that there is a common language, but also what do individuals need to feel that sense of belonging, and that's that sensitivity to have that conversation. I think that's crucial in every context. And I just want to mention the last thing, but one of the things that I found very interesting in I Belong is that we gave students platform and a voice to also share their not their interest just, but also to share how they think about so that we don't talk for them, but that we talk with them, and that they were part of the development. Because for the future, I think collaborating with students and other stakeholders to develop better solutions for existing issues is, I think, another interesting innovation.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for answering and also broadening up. There was another question. I don't know who is interested to answer, but how did we evaluate the success of our interventions? Anyone eager to answer this question?
I can give it a try, Ivana. Now, on a serious note, we designed and developed a monitoring scheme for all the different interventions, which were, of course, interrelated in how we built those interventions. So from a very scientific perspective, it would not be possible to investigate the single contribution of one of our interventions on students' belonging or success. But we did evaluate among staff and among students how they appreciated the interventions, but also how it may have impacted their belonging and success. So for students, we developed surveys which we implemented at various time slots during the first academic year in the course programs in which we implemented I Belong activities. We also organized focus group interviews with students. We evaluated the team teacher reflections among staff via evaluation forms, but we also did focus group interviews with the staff teams who participated in the team teacher reflection. And for the students mentoring program, we had intervision with the mentors involved as peer mentors in the scheme. And we also interviewed them via focus group interviews every year in the program. So this is where we had both our quantitative and qualitative data to evaluate to our best extent the impact of our program.
Thank you, Marieke. And if I'm not mistaken, I have to compliment the team, because if I'm not mistaken, this was never part of the project. It was all on the team initiative because it's a very research-oriented team. So it was additional task for all of you, and it was not easy, especially when COVID broke everything. Thank you. There was maybe we have one more question. There were two, but let's, because I'm aware of the time. The question for Sophia: how did you decide which changes should be implemented to local context?
Well, I don't know if I understand correctly the question. To the local, my context, or
when you took I Belong, this is how I would understand, when you took I Belong to Porto partner, to Polytechnic partner. Yes.
Well, when from that experience, I think that the most valuable learning was precisely the fact that we should never take for granted what we think we know, even if we are familiar with with some kind of reflection regarding inclusion, diversity. Sometimes in our own context, we are blind regarding other aspects of diversities that are not so visible. So from that experience outside my department, I was able to make another read of my own department and of some struggles and that we are not so aware of because we are very close to our own content, and also because we don't think that we know it all, but we think that we know a lot about diversity and inclusion and the best practices, and sometimes we don't know everything. So I think that one of the things is that idea that we need to do some collaborative research in other contexts that will be implementing I Belong. I think is the same lessons for me and for my context.
Thank you. I think this is the answer to the question. Thank you, Sophia. Well, we are 10 minutes beyond the schedule. So what we are supposed to do now, besides thanking my colleagues for this nice panel, thank you all. The next panel is with students and staff members from Erasmus University and the University of Osnabrück. So stay with us because we have a short break, 5 to 7 minutes break, and then we continue with the next session. Thank you.
My name is Eike Diaz-Broens. I work at the Erasmus University of Rotterdam. I've worked there for about 5 years now. I'm currently doing a PhD that's focused on the sense of belonging of diverse students in higher education. And I have a background in educational sciences and a special kind of personal interest in diversity, equality related issues within education. I think diversity is a very broad term, and it includes a lot of versions of diversity or a lot of elements. To me, since I was young, my special interest has always been in ethnic and cultural diversity, because when I was really young, I had a friend who experienced quite a lot of struggle. I wanted to do something about it because I found it so unfair what I saw happening to her. And since then, I try to always find within my education, but also my, how can you say it? Just my personal experiences. I always tried to see how I could work with that issue because it was really close to my heart. I participated as a teacher. I'm not part of the project development or organization, but mainly of the training. Because I'm already so interested in the topic, a part of mainly the beginning was not completely new to me. But what was new to me is that I realized that I actually hid some of my identity parts. For example, I'm married to a woman, and I realized that sometimes that's something that I kept hidden. That was also an issue, like what parts of your identity do you show to your students and what parts do you keep hidden. So that for me was quite something. I knew I did that sometimes, but it was really, that came up really clearly. So that was, to me, very valuable. And what I realized is because we were in a team where not everyone found inclusion or diversity an important topic, that's something that's really complex, and that even though, for example, you have 8 of the 9 people who participate who feel that diversity is important, that it takes a lot to discuss it with that one colleague who doesn't, for example, and that's not something you can solve easily. That's quite a complex issue. And I felt that we as a team had to work after the team teacher reflection. That was something we had to work on more, because that's not, that stayed on my mind afterwards. So what I think is necessary for lecturers to make their classes or the university more inclusive, I think it starts at the front, where you have to have more awareness of your own vision or your own, maybe your own prejudice, the way you view diversity. Because I think if you go beyond that and you're forced to do something, then students will notice that it's not sincere, or that and you don't know how to really deal with issues when they come up. So I think that's really where it needs to start. And then, I think it requires a very critical and active way of looking at all your elements. So not only, for example, your materials that you use, but also your teaching styles, if the ways of learning of students, if those are included. What I would like to say to other lecturers, that the participating in a team teacher reflection is very valuable, and that you should take it really serious, and not as something that, oh, maybe if I have time I will do it, but because I think a university at the core, it's focused on research, but it's maybe more importantly focused on education, and your students are at the center of it, and those students will be part of the next generations of the workforce. And wherever, but very much so in Rotterdam, the student population is very diverse. So focusing together on this issue and talking with your colleagues and and stay talking with your colleagues about how you deal with that. I think that should be an element of every team or every kind of lecture force, because it's so relevant.
Okay, we are almost ready to start with the second panel. We are waiting for 4 people to join me in Zoom. Okay, slowly. Amina, Joshua, Aike are here, and we need Kim. Okay, she's coming soon. Okay, let me see. Everyone is here. Okay, welcome. Nice to see your faces again. We had a brief discussion yesterday, and I look forward to continue it now. Let me present my current panelists. We have here Amina Koric. She is a student at Erasmus University, and she also took part in I Belong project as a community mentor. Then we have Joshua Patzold, who is also one of the I Belong mentors, who is from University of Osnabrück. And then we have staff represented by Aike Diaz-Bruins. Aike is a PhD student at Erasmus University, investigating diverse students' sense of belonging in higher education. And we have Kim Ouwehand, who is an assistant professor in psychology and pedagogical sciences at Erasmus University. And both Aike and Kim took part in I Belong interventions intended for staff members. So here the intention of this panel session is to reflect on I Belong interventions you went through, and to discuss the importance of sense of belonging in higher education from a student's perspective, and also from the perspective of those who work with students. So what I would like first, because we said this will be more informal, and we also said that it's very important to hear your personal stories of belonging and inclusion and your personal trajectories to higher education. I would like to have the same question for all, because I know your personal histories, the part that you shared with me, and I think it's very interesting to start this discussion. From where did you come to your higher education position as a student or as a staff mentor? So I will first say Amina, because I see Amina first on screen. So Amina, you can start.
Okay, so like my background is my parents came from Bosnia as refugees in 1993. And I was born in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam, and my brother was born in Bosnia. And yeah, for my parents, when they came here, it was like very different, because they've never been in a country like a new country where everything was new, and they had to experience all the things like getting a house and getting a new job and education system, and everything was new for them. So they didn't actually know how to figure that out easily. So they had a lot of help from Dutch people. And so yeah, they had actually the challenge to figure out how everything works. And I think that's also a big part with the school system. They really had trouble with, they didn't know where to send me, because like I did my tests and like preschool and primary school and like middle school. I did everything as I was supposed to do, but they didn't know like, okay, how do you send your kid to a university, or how do you do those things? So we actually had a lot of help from me and my brother's friends, because they also went through the same process, but they were Dutch, so they knew everything. And they kind of guided us through. And I think my parents learned more from me, from the school system, than the other way around. So for me, it was like I had to figure it out more myself than they could help me with it. And I also have I did many studies because I didn't know what I wanted to do. I think I've been studying since 2012, and I finally found the study that I like, but it took me like a lot of years to figure it out. So yeah, that's my background.
Thank you, Amina. It's never too late to figure out what you want. It's it's okay. Okay, thank you for pointing out the social network that was important for you. When I say social network, I don't mean Facebook, Twitter. I mean, you know, people that you rely on to guide you through difficulties, and that for you were people, Dutch friends. Okay, thank you, Joshua. What was your story?
First of all, I wanted to say thanks for having us here. My background, I'm coming out of a family which isn't the closest to education as well. So there are many difficulties with that. And I'm actually a first generation student, but I'm not at that point of view like many other first generation students, because I have two older sisters and they both are students as well. And because of that, there are many experiences that I can share with them, that they could give to me, so that I can have many better opportunities because of them. I've made I guess you can say it's like a school-based apprenticeship, which I made in the nursing and care system in Germany. And I've worked with disabled people in the main. And so that was the first way in the education, so mainly. And from that, I've got the ability to go to the universities. And that was so the way. And my older sister was actually as well in Osnabrück, and so there the experiences as well, which helped me there. And that was so the way which made my way into that.
Thank you, Joshua. So we have, from Amina, we have social network, extended social network. With you, we have a family support that was important for your path. Let's hear now from Kim.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Kim, an assistant professor at Erasmus University Rotterdam. Yeah, my career has also taken some weird steps. Well, let's start. I was born in South Korea, in Seoul, where I was given up for adoption. I'm from 81. It was, I think, very regular at the time. And I was set in a family in the Netherlands, in a town called Katwijk. I think some people even call it a Bible Belt town. It was a bit like that. I've been raised with very traditional, roles also in the family. So studying was not something that was kind of explicitly advertised for me. And if I would study, I would have become like a primary school teacher or a nurse, something like that fits the gender roles. But I eventually like to study psychology. It took some turns around because, they said we wouldn't pay for university. I could do some other stuff, but not that. So I just took an extra evening job at healthcare. But I learned also a lot there to pay for my job and or for my tuition. And eventually that gave me more motivation, because I did it on my own to succeed, and every good grade was my own grade. Not that I have a bad relationship with my parents. It was just something that was beyond their level of understanding, I guess. And there's a lot of love, but they just feared that this was not a safe place to go, because they are very safe people. So but it turned out eventually, and they're very proud of me, what I've become. So I kind of extended their borders too, like what Amina said. I think they learned more from the school system from me than the other way around. But I think that's good, that intergenerational thing, that we can learn from each other, and that is changing now. Yeah.
Nice, thank you. I have to tell you that a colleague sitting next to me said, I feel her because your story has been heard. I think that she faced some similarities. So I believe it's a story that many can relate to, you know, being left with the feeling that you are on your own without support in those terms, but then every grade feels, as you said, even better, more appreciated. Nice, thank you. And let's hear from Aike.
Yes, thank you also for having us here. My story is, well, actually, the first step is that I moved to another city across the country where I knew no one, and I started with the University of Applied Sciences. And actually that, for me, that was my first step in feeling more sense of belonging, because I also am a first generation student. And even though my mother was very supportive of me going to university, she had no personal experience. So in that sense, I also, something like Kim, I also really experienced things on my own and from what I did myself. But then when I felt a lot of sense of belonging to Rotterdam in this case, when I finally went from University of Applied Sciences to the university program, that really helped me because I already felt a sense of belonging to the city that I was studying in. But still, I noticed, and even after graduating and working in higher education, I do still feel in some ways insecurity from my background and kind of, do I have the right background knowledge? Do I have the right ways of talking? Yeah, and I think that's partly to do with my background.
Thank you, Aike. I think that having this overview from where all of you come from to the academia can also start the discussion now, because yesterday when we had a prep call, it was very interesting when Kim mentioned I didn't feel represented. So I would like to start with the question, having this in mind, your backgrounds and where you came from, how much you felt when you joined faculty, or in case of Aike and Kim, when you joined being a staff member at the faculty, how much you felt represented? Did you see your stories reflected in others? Did you even have a chance to exchange, or it was very kind of a system that is more like, okay, this is your work, we don't exchange personal information? So was there a space to exchange? Did you feel safe to do that? And if you could reflect on that, Aike, because you are on my screen, I will start from you.
Yeah, well, actually, sorry, we're in the same room, so there is an echo. When I started working at the faculty, I actually did not, because it's not a visible thing, being a first generation student, I actually did not really feel a lot of representation, and I actually felt really insecure because of also the culture within higher education, that it's quite hierarchical, a lot of hierarchy, and yeah, it's very competitive. So in that sense, the fact that I had a different background, yeah, made me quite insecure at the beginning, and not kind of seeing. Yeah, I didn't know if there were other colleagues who were also first generation students, for example. So that was actually quite tough in my case.
Okay, Amina?
Yeah, with me, it's like almost as what Aike said, but in a different kind of way. It's like everything was new for me. And I was like, okay, there's a new environment, a new location, new students, new way of lecturing, like everything was new. And when you have like nobody who was like at the same way like you, okay, like I don't know, I didn't know what to expect. So for me it was like as soon as I met the first people from my studies, I felt like a little bit like the ice broke a little bit. So I was able to like, okay, I know where I have to go for a lecture. And I can imagine people like, for example, coming from families like refugee families or stuff like that, or maybe other cultures. It's a little, like Aike said, it's a little bit tougher to find that sense of like, okay, I belong. And I think you can be left out very easily when you have this feeling like I have to find someone that can help me with it, but I don't know where to look. I think that's more, yeah, I would like say it like that, yeah.
Thank you, Joshua.
The things I mainly recognized were here so many other people with parents from academic households, so that I think there are statistics with that says that 3 out of 10 persons are from non-academic parents at a university, and so I'm one of the 3. So, and that is something. When you're talking to the others, it's always these, my parents does that, my parents does that, and that they got their experience from that persons and from their family automatically because of their the past from there. And but what Amina said, this hard feeling of the sense of belonging that there's not actually there when you're a first generation student. That's not how I felt that, because I felt this in the way that this was, so I am a first generation student and I were at the university, and in the first week, and I thought, wow, you've made it. So you're one of the family, or you're one of in the first generation, and wow, you made it, and you're here, and now you're going to show them all. And so a bit of that feeling, and because of that, there automatically came my sense of belonging into that. So I can absolutely understand it when you're saying that that's hard, because there are not that many people that have the same past like you, but I felt it a bit different, actually.
Nice. It feels very warm when you say it that way. Like, oh, I'm here and I belong because I worked hard to come here. It's nice. Thank you, Kim. How is it for you?
Yeah, well, like I said, I grew up in this town that was very white, in a white family. So I always thought that was an asset because I knew how to think white. But it was also kind of a disadvantage because I understood all the stereotypes about immigrants, also Asian people, all the funny jokes. I knew where it came from, but it was offensive to me. So it was kind of a double vision all the time. So I never could get angry with them while I felt the anger. So there was in my hometown a problem, but afterwards, when I eventually went to study at Leiden University, within my group, it was not a problem. I had a great time at psychology, but I did notice the difference between Rotterdam and Leiden. Just on a university, on a city basis, the city is more like widely dominated, has some more implicit rules about being a student. The big student fraternities were very if you were not a member, you were not the minority, but at least half of the people joined one, especially at some tracks. When I went to Rotterdam, it was totally different, because here it was not talk the talk, but walk the walk. I really have to work, and I think that mentality of the city is also represented in university. And when I came there and I saw all these different faces and people, I did not stood out anymore. And in fact, when people in my hometown were kind of talking to me with a kind of Asian accent, they impersonated. It's very offensive, but they did it a lot of the times. And actually in Rotterdam, I've been spoken to in Chinese by a lot of the Chinese students, which at first I thought was a bit offensive, because I thought I don't feel this way. And then afterwards I think, oh, here they are actually speaking the language that they honestly think, seriously think that I am, and they want to talk to me. So that was kind of flipped around, and I thought, oh, people see me now for who I am. Then I had to say, of course, I cannot speak the language, but I am actually Asian. So that kind of helped me embrace my Asianness within my white background. I don't know if I make sense anymore, but I think the transition to Rotterdam really helped with that. So it was first Leiden that already helped a bit intellectually, and then go first to Rotterdam. Yeah, I'm happy. If they want to have me until my pension, I will stay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you make a lot of sense, and I have to tell to the audience, I really liked your joke yesterday. Well, it was not a joke when you said, "Oh, I'm so glad woke movement is here and it arrived because it takes out all the jokes and all the inappropriate comments." So yeah, that was a nice comment. I felt it strongly. Okay, but now question for all of you: what support was there? And what was needed, what is still needed to make you feel like you belong? Like, was there something that you really see like, oh, this program really helped me, and I wish there was this type of support that, I don't know, you heard from some other colleague at other university? And also, how does I belong fit to that? Like the process that you went with us in the last 3 years, how did that improve the situation? Whoever wants to start first. And then usually nobody starts first.
Shall I start?
Okay, Aike.
Well, the things that I think are here, and it's kind of mentioned by Kim, that visibly there is quite a lot of diversity in the campus. I think mainly the students and staff. I don't know what the representation is, but I think I talk to a lot of students, and they also say like visibly, rather than university is quite diverse. I think that there's a lot of outreach work and strategies, at least how it's presented to the city. They're really focused on diversity and including everyone in the city. And in terms of what I learned throughout this project, and what I think is needed a lot more, is really working further in the teacher force and what is needed to together deal with this topic, and not. I think that for example, team teacher reflection was a good start, but that's definitely not the where it should end. And that for me was an eye opener during this project, but also what I see with colleagues. And I think in terms of content and courses, they're there, the focus on diversity, but more in kind of teaching everyone and talking about how you deal with it. I think there is a lot of room for improvement here.
Do others share Aike's view?
Yeah, I agree also with Eike, and I also want to mention the mentor program that Amina and for us is in, and I guess you said Joshua was also a mentor. I think these programs are very important. What I would need is a little more also investment also in us teachers guiding the mentors more, and maybe have some more community building with the mentors and the mentees together, because now we're passing it through to the mentors, and the mentors are passing it through to the mentees. And I would like some more, togetherness with all of us. And what I would need, I think the attention level is very good, but what I would need is just some more fine tuning at what can we talk about? Because now it's the woke movement's here also. Oh, some colleagues say we cannot talk about anything anymore. No, we should talk about everything at the moment, and that's where we kind of lack this skill of what can we ask. Sometimes it's just a simple question: where are you from? What are you used to in the educational system you are in? And we have special groups, the PBL groups, wherein students need to talk and be assertive, and in some cultures it's not desirable to do that. And when students come from that culture, but we don't know it, we will give them a bad grade because they will not, contribute to the discussion. Just asking a simple question can even prevent students going to the student psychologist or something because they do not fit in, or they feel they do not fit in. And just asking, what should I do? Should I give you turns? What would you appreciate? And then, sometimes say, just please give me a turn once in a while. And then it's fixed. Sometimes it's as simple as that. But to ask it, it sometimes feels a bit uncomfortable, because I had students crying sometimes when I asked it in the group. And then afterwards I apologized, and they were actually happy that I asked. But, so we have to deal with that too. We have to get trained. What can we ask and how can we deal with these situations?
So there is also more awareness, you would say, among staff colleagues on this now. But what is missing is fine-tuning and more training on that.
Yes. What can we say, or how can we? You can never prevent students crying, and maybe this student would be crying anyway, not because of this issue, but because she's just stressed. But how can we deal with that? Because it's also, stressful for us. We do not want to embarrass students or have them feel this. But we do want that they can present themselves and all the talent they have in them. And if we cannot, facilitate a fair chance for them by opening up kind of a discussion, I feel that would be the most unfair situation in this part. Yeah, but we need some help with that too, to reach
Yeah, I
goals.
think that team teacher training was part of that. I think that I Belong team teacher training addressed in part how you deal with the hot topics in the classroom and how you make uncomfortable situation more comfortable, as Mary was already mentioning in the previous panel. But let me ask our students, how is it from your perspective? Like, do you feel more support? Do you see change among course members, staff members? How does it feel from the other side of the mirror?
I'm starting. So, I guess from my perspective, the most important thing is that you have some persons that are there, which are there, so that somebody is there who you can talk to, and that's just present. And we've got the situation, or I've got the situation that we talk to the new students, and all digital as well, because there were so many and because of Corona and so. And we said to them that at any time when they see us on the campus, and they can talk to us. So there's no problem. If they have a problem, they can talk to us. If there's no problem, they can talk to us as well. We are there, we are present, and just if they wanted to say hi. So that's totally okay. And we are that would be good for us as well to talk to them. And I've got this one situation that I was running across the campus, and I ran across a person beside me, and he said, and I was nearly beside him, and he said, "Hi," and I was shook. So, and I'm running further because I thought that's some person I don't know. So, and I'm running a circle and ran back to him and talked to him and said, wait, yesterday there was this course digital, and he said, yeah, I saw you there. So, and I was
You told them to find you whenever they want, so they did. Online, offline, they didn't choose. Sorry.
And we're going on a few more 100 meters and just talked about the university and to start at the university, and it was a so nice situation. And that's I think that's so important, that you have the feeling, okay, I know this person which is running there and I can talk to him. So, and that was actually a really nice situation. And I believe that this is really important, that there is some persons you can talk to, and on the campus or in some other sort of situations, like you've made or like email contact, and you made some dates to talk together. And I guess that's really important.
Thank you, Joshua. I hope now you are more used to seeing people live, not being surprised with it. Amina, what about you?
With me, I think it's the inclusion is more coming from the students, and also for me from other faculties. Well, because my faculty is like, yeah, how would I say it? Like, it's maybe, I don't know if it's okay to say it, but it's like mostly white girls with blonde hair, and and there's not a lot of diversity. And I feel like, just like Kim said, most people don't want to talk about it, but it should be addressed. Like, there is diversity, and people are often like very scared to talk about things, and they just look away, like, okay, diversity, okay, we're not going to talk about it. And maybe it's not gonna be there, you know, but it is there. And I think at the university as a location, I think they're doing good, because I know there's like also a place where you can pray as a Muslim. They have like a special room, and they have student associations for students from different ethnicities or religious and stuff like that, you know. So I know the university, they have it figured out kind of, but the way to approach those things, like I didn't know until I heard from other students from other faculties that that's possible and that I can go and visit those places. And if I didn't know those students, I would never know about it. So I think that the university should like embrace it more, and like, okay, as soon as you step on campus, like you see everything that's representing the university, except for like the diversity, you know. Maybe you see pictures of different students, but like yeah, more like addressing it, like approaching students more as they approach students with other subjects or other stuff from the university. So I think that's important.
And do you all agree or disagree, or there are nuances that the sense of belonging and feeling like you belong has something to do with student success? Can you address this? I mean, we are talking about this topic, but then we think that we crack the code, that we know that a feeling sense of belonging really supports you, but it's also interesting to hear directly from students and also staff members. How do they relate these things in your personal stories?
Like okay, yeah, I think it depends also on the student, because some students are like introvert more. So with them, you have to approach them more to be able to get it out of them, like, okay, you belong to, like, you belong to the, like, you know, the sense of belonging is there. And some students, like for me example, I'm like, I'm social. I can say that I'm social enough. So for me, it was like I was go to the library, like if I go there like all days of the week, in a matter of time, like you get to know more students. And then for me, like the sense of belonging, I looked for it and I found it myself, you know. So I think for the students that are like not that eager to like step out and just go to search, I think for them it's very helpful to have to come to campus and to be like, okay, like, yes, I can see that they care about me. They don't even know me, but I can see that they want to embrace like who I am, and like my sense of belonging, it matters to them. So yeah.
Thank you. Kim, Aike, from
Yeah.
of a staff.
Yeah, I totally agree. I kind of give an example of last year where I coordinated a course on a multicultural perspective on education and parenting styles. And I was for the first time, I was teaching with another colleague who's visibly Islamic. She wears a headscarf, and we were on screen. And I kind of saw kind of a sense of belonging on some of the faces, especially the girls with the headscarves, like, oh, you know, laughing also, smiling at us. And then in hindsight, we kind of, when we progressed the discussion, we kind of came to the topic where they said, this is the first time where we see someone like us at the other end of like the school table who's teaching us. So for us, it's like an empowerment of we could be there, you know, because look at her, she's standing there, but we haven't seen her before. We just see all these, yeah, mostly people or women like you know, entitled by the white culture, embracing the Western culture. So for us, it seems there is no place, but now we see there is. And of course, I know from that colleague, she's the only one that visibly Islamic within our section. So for us, we could improve even more. But yeah, just one person is already that important. And I like I said, I never saw a sense of belonging on only facial expressions, but I saw it in that classroom. Yeah, it's really, for me, it was also very, very touching. Yeah.
It matters, right? No. Aike?
Yes, I have an example. I don't know if they're, I think that was a case where I was working as a tutor in a classroom. And it also had to do with a student who was wearing a headscarf. And what was happening, we were talking about the content of the course, and it was an educational course. And some of the students really they spoke directly to her, and they asked her questions like, why are you all sitting together if you wear a headscarf in the lecture hall? And what I remember, I also talked about this with the teacher reflection, is at that moment, as a tutor, I wasn't trained to deal with any of these kind of conversations. So I think I had time, I needed time to know what to do, and I still don't think I handled it correctly. But that was something where I could see for this student, it really impacted her sense of belonging, because the other students were really kind of saying, like, in other words, like, you don't belong here, or you're so different that we can see it, and we think we're entitled to ask questions about it. And I could see her kind of retracting, and her effort throughout the rest of the course was less, and she was really kind of, she was distancing herself from the group, I think, in a way. And for me, that was such a good example of why, and about what I said before, that the teacher should be trained properly to deal with these issues, because it really impacts the sense of belonging of students. And then their success, I think, in a way. I don't know how she did in that course, but I can imagine it has an impact on her success as well.
Yeah, thank you, Erika. That's a really specific example, but it really shows in practice how someone can really back off in a way from studies if this is a situation they would have to encounter every day. I would like to, because I am seeing the time, maybe to conclude with the last question, and that's how do you think your personal experiences that we mentioned at the beginning of panel made you aware of all these things and impacted the way you make interactions with others at your department where you work, or with other students? Like, do you think that your personal stories shaped in a way your interest in this, or it was something else? Because we skipped Joshua in the previous one, maybe we start with Joshua now. Thank you.
Yeah, I just I'm still thinking about that because I believe that it is that way, that when you're talking to new students which have made similar experiences like you, that could be really helpful for the sense of belonging, as well as for the communication as well. But I'm not quite sure if it made that man, as said, I'm still thinking about that, because I'm not sure if it made that much
influence, impact.
Yeah. But as said, I'm believing that it's really important, and that my personal history could help. Yes, I'm sure that it's that way. But where we talked about the other students, and the feeling of the other students, and how inclusive they are to the other people. And I believe that in the university there are so many people, as Eike said, I believe that there's so many people who want to include you and not to exclude you, and that it's not that important which background is, what background is behind the people, when they're inclusive persons and they want to include you, that they can do it as well, and nevertheless from the background. So but yeah, I believe that it's important, the background, but maybe not the most important things.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Good perspective. Anyone who would also like to comment on this?
Yeah, very shortly. What I would also like to mention is, when I say all these challenges to my youth, it's not because I'm extra challenged or something. It's something we have to deal with. But what I want to say to the students is that not despite these challenges we will succeed, but because of these challenges, and that we overcome them, we will succeed. And that we want to have attention for the students with every single background, and that they could always come to us.
Yeah, and I think like what Kim is saying with the aware, like I think with the awareness of students, like for example, I've seen things on campus. So for me, I'm aware of what's happening, and I kind of, when I have like my new mentees or I meet new students, I look at them in a more open-minded way because I'm aware of what's happening, and I'm aware like, okay, like I want to see you all the perspectives you have, like not just the one that the student won and oh yeah, you have to perform like this and this. And I remember like this year when I have my new mentees, um, one of them is Moroccan, and like I also like told them all the like cafes where you can go to, but I also know like Muslims don't usually go like to cafes, bars to go drink and stuff. So I told her also like you have the praying room where you can go to pray. You have the student associations, and she was like really thankful because I don't think anybody would have told her until like next year when she makes like new friends and more friends to figure that out. So like I think I'm adjusting a lot to the lack of diversity. I think with that I can bring in more diversity to just kind of compensate that. That's what I'm trying to at least.
Thank you, Amina. Stay student for several more years, please, because I think mentees need that type of support and that type of mentor. Thank you.
Should I say something? Sorry. Very quickly, what I think it connects with what Amina is saying, that you should make things more explicit and share more of the information besides, for example, the introduction week, which is like more focused on students who like to drink and party, for example, that to share more information. But also what I realized is that as teachers, besides what the visible, the example that Kim gave, the visible aspects, to also make explicit the invisible background that you have, so that students see kind of the whole person of the teachers, and that not the kind of academic culture of competition is kind of shown, but also the other side, like the diversity of the teaching staff, visible and non-visible. I think those are things that are really important that I realized throughout this project.
Thank you. There is a lot of nodding I'm hearing from my colleagues here, and confirming to what you are all saying. I think that because of the time, I think I should say that there is a comment. Thanks for sharing your experiences. It's so valuable. I think that you made nice impression to the audience, so certainly on me as well. There is a question, can I ask you about if what you were taught, your readings, lectures, affected your sense of belonging? Anyone has something to contribute that immediately pops up on your mind?
Could you repeat the question?
If the question is if what you were taught, and the readings and the lectures affected your sense of belonging. It was in part answered that it's kind of, it's not only this or that, it's all, but if anyone wants to answer, maybe if you have an answer to that.
Maybe I start.
Sure.
Yes, I've made these experience, and in a proper way, I believe. I've got some courses with some lectures, and after that I thought, well, I can really good imagine to work for them. So and that's what I'm doing now. So there was
so yes, it made an impact on you.
Yeah, and I sat in the courses and thought, wow, that's so that's so many experience which getting me so deep in there with all of my thinkings and over the typical daily life from a student, and I'm going out of the rooms and thought the whole day after that about the course, and so I asked if it'd be possible to work for them, and it worked out for me that I worked for 2 years or more, for 2 years for the university. And because of the lecturers, which made so much, which gave so much for me, for my personality, for all of me, for my thinking, for all my thinking and how it shaped.
This is fantastic. When I listen to you, Joshua, I feel like I want to return to my faculty. You have such a passion for studying and also a passion for your course and your future work. It's nice to hear that. Well, you mentioned several times, thank you for inviting us. I want to thank you for taking your time to participate, especially because I know some of you participated in a previous one, so you're kind of like a regular on I Belong events. So thank you for taking your time. Thank you for contributing to our final event. And I hope you continue changing your departments and the students around you. Good luck with everything. And I would like to invite Marike to come out of the breakout room if she is still there, so that we close the first part of the day. And thank you once again.
Thank you as well, Ivana.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Marike will be now with us. Okay, to close.
Yes, thank you all for your inspiring and wonderful personal stories and experiences that are so very important for higher education, and I think also beyond academia. It's time for a lunch break. We have looked back at our experiences in the I Belong program in this morning and this afternoon. From 1 o'clock onwards, it's time to move forward because we are not yet done on the topic of sense of belonging and inclusiveness in higher education. So this afternoon, we will move forward on this topic. And I hope to see you all after lunch. Thank you.
Gdje mi je PowerPoint? Moram da ga vratim na taj. Nije animacija, to sam ja slučajno, da. Samo ne znam zašto, kako ga stavim da bude osim tu, kako još mogu? Aha. I neće ići, čekaj da vidim. Vidiš da neće da mi izađe. One kontrol, ne znam kako se, to se sve zdaj sjebalo. Ma ne, okej, bo tako.
Se lahko daš še povečaš kasneje.
Ja, ali pa ga slikam ga. Čekaj, tako bomo slika. Pa ćemo šerovati kao sliku ako bude moglo. Save as program, ok, gdje sam u downloads program, eur, dobro. I sad to je snipping tool, ovo zatvorimo, previše programa, hvala, downloads, ja, to je, evo ga, i da vidimo da li će hteti da mi šeruje. Evo ga. A kako se vidi? Ja, imam Q&A in polls, ali nemam announcements, baš čudno. Inače mi... Ja, mogoče... Live polls audience... Ja, I think... Oops, I forgot to start polls. Ok, to ću raditi u drugom delu. Never mind. Ok, 101 participant now. Nice. Sad, kako da naručimo hranu? Različiti je ful zanimljiva tema. Samo bom moderirala Green Room. Častim za ručak, pa tudi plačilo, ne vem kako, to bomo verjetno cash, ne vem kako sploh to. Ja, mi je rekel Boro, da je 70. Ja, to je, zakaj sta plačala račun? Okay, so usually next on the time. I tu boš zdaj da se odpre. To ni to, čakaj, ne. Zakaj ti se ne odpre? Se odprlo? Tu bi gore trebalo da se odpre, ne vem zakaj ne, čakaj, ni meni. Jaz ga še vedno imam. To je tvoj laptop. Ja bi jedla, čekaj da vidim, če ja shaream screen? Aha, ok. Ok. Super. To je katastrofa. Wow. Ja, tudi jaz. Pa upam, da je to... Prej je samo se odprlo in bilo je vse ok. In si ga videla, bez da si bila logirana. Ok, niko se ne žali, tako da upam, da je... Ok, naročimo Volt, čekaj. Volt, Poke. Aha, moram da promenim adresu. Gde smo sada? Dunajska. Ja. Poke. Slovenska cesta. think. Ok, da vidimo. A nisu normalni sa... ako ima, mislim, neki od tih... taj think, se spomnim da sam junija jedla, pa je 4 evra je bilo jeftinije. Nisu normalni. Ne vem kaj se zgodilo. Ok, čekaj da vidim. Bone, ne, jaz ne vem kako se to sploh... Gostilna vida. Čakaj. Torej, suši, riž, avokado, edamame, rdeče zelje, mango, alge, redkvice, tapoikin kavijar, ingver, kokosov miso preliv in potem izbereš tuna, piščanec, tempeh ali rakci. Ne vem, nekaj vegansko, čini mi se. Mislim, jaz to vedno jedem s ribo, ker je ponavadi, ampak če nimaš rada tune, to je sirovo je. Kao suši kad jedeš, sirovo je, nije, raje bi mogoče piščanc, sigurno. Zanimivo. Zanimivo, super je. Ja, ok, damo 2 te. Ampak kako da dodam dodatno? Ne, smuti. Bi neki, čekaj samo da vidim, da li imam dodatno. Nemam. Dodatno sam hotela, kako se zove? Soja sos. Ja. Ok, kaj bi da piješ? Mary? Halo? So I'm heard. Thank you, Mary. I will kill it off now. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Ok, čekaj, gde je? Kako smo ostavili to? Ne vem zakaj. Čakaj, gde je? Stop sharing. You?
Do we need to, hello, good morning, good afternoon. Do we need to join this small group? Okay.
Stop mute.
I'm Jana Fietze. I'm a researcher at Educational Sciences here at Erasmus University Rotterdam. My role so far has been to coordinate the mentoring program here at Erasmus. So that means that in our pedagogical science program, I was responsible to match mentors and mentees and to overlook the full process of a full year of them interacting with each other and all the activities and developing the materials and the activities for those as well. Yeah, so the mentoring program here at Erasmus University was set up mostly for students of pedagogical sciences. And there we had mentors of the second year who were attached or connected to students who just started at university, so first year students. And the goal of it was to have students who are really new on campus, who still have to figure everything out. How do I learn? Where do I go? What do I do? Where am I? That they have one more person, in this moment the mentor, who can guide them a little, but also by including some of our specific I Belong activities, someone who really shows them, don't doubt yourself, you are right where you are, this is fine, you belong here, everyone struggles in the beginning, you're not alone, and I find that very valuable. And we've seen specifically with students who are the first ones in their family to go to university, so we call them first generation students, or students where the parents have grown up in a different country, so we call it migration background students, that for them usually the start is a bit more difficult because they have the feeling, I don't know, I have not another resource, I cannot ask my parents how they did here at this university. None of my parents have studied at Erasmus. Or maybe no other family member has been in higher education. Where do I go? What do I do? What is expected of me? So and in that sense, it can really help to provide a mentor. So someone who has just at least gone through the first year and can say, okay, I can at least tell you where to go, what to do, what to expect, where to find resources, and so on. So I grew up in different countries. I grew up in Japan and in Austria and in Germany. So I myself have always had the feeling like belonging is a really important part of to kind of have a feeling that you're not in the wrong place at the wrong time. And for me, belonging meant then belonging to my family or belonging to certain groups of friends or so. And that's how I realized, that's also why I do my research about this, that belonging you can feel like you belong to different places, different groups, but you have to have the chance to be part of something, because otherwise if you're just fighting everything alone, it can get really difficult. So, and that's why I think belonging is something that, yeah, also university can offer, and this is why this program is really nice, because it offers one more opportunity for you to feel like you're part, or for students to feel like they're part of a group that accepts them and values them, and yeah, is inclusive. We have seen over a couple of years, or in some research, that certain groups of students enter university and have the feeling like they're the only ones here, or they have the feeling that they don't know where to go, what to do. Maybe they don't see other students or staff that look like them or that have a similar background. So that makes the overall study experience even more difficult. And this program is geared to make it a bit more easy for these students, especially the start into higher education, to really feel like they're at the right spot at university. How the mentored program tries to contribute to the sense of belonging of the students is that we provide more opportunities to see people that are like you. So the idea is that you really have the feeling, well, what we hear often from first-year students is somehow all the others seem to have figured it out. They know what they're doing, and I seem to be the only one who is completely lost, or who doesn't, or who's doing bad in grades, or so somehow most of our students share this experience, and it doesn't matter if they have good grades or bad grades. They all have the feeling everyone else knows what they're doing, but I'm the only one who doesn't. And in that sense, it really helps to create the mentoring group, or the connection with a mentor or other mentees, to really feel, oh, there's others like me, so I do belong here, I'm not the only one. And this is how we try with the mentoring program to connect the students. What I've seen in the teaching that I'm doing is that as soon as students feel included or feel like they are being heard, that is the moment where a full classroom can really start to, well, work as a team, or to value each other. And that really, I always try to do exercises in the beginning where everybody gets to know each other, and I can really see how the atmosphere changes, but also how as soon as students are comfortable with their environment, with the learning environment, they really show their full potential. They can actually contribute something. They don't feel too shy to speak up, or to say what they're thinking. And I find that a huge benefit of creating an inclusive environment in education. We do know that if you are, for example, for students who have other responsibilities outside of the university, so students who are working next to university, or who have responsibilities at home, or who are the first ones to study, for example, that for them it's very easy to just see the university as something that needs to be done. But actually, by involving them more in the social part, that can really improve their motivation to study, and also the motivation to continue studying and not to drop out. So you do see a connection between, not feeling like you belong, and having the feeling that you might want to do something else than studying because it's maybe not for you. And that's how we actually miss out on a lot of potential. So we, as a university, we miss out on a lot of great students because we don't manage to get them really connected from the very beginning. The feedback we got from mentees so far has been really positive, luckily. And mostly it wasn't so much that they needed specific information on, you know, where do I find the library, because that's information you usually gather somewhere else. But it was mainly that they had the feeling that they knew at least one more person they could contact. So if things got difficult now during the Corona times, everyone is at home, everyone is isolated. So it was really helpful to have one more contact, one more email address, one more phone number of a mentor to really reach out and say, okay, I'm struggling with this, or to have someone check in with you regularly. Someone ask once a month, hey, how are you doing? Is everything fine? Can I help you? And that seemed to really help to feel, okay, there's someone looking out for me. I'm not completely alone in this experience.
Well, welcome back. Hopefully everyone has had a nice lunch break. It's quite early for a UK lunch break, but at least you've had a chance for a time to stretch your legs and so on and so forth. I'm really pleased to welcome you back this afternoon and to spend a little bit of time looking forward, but we're going to look forward through the lens of the changes that COVID-19 has created for us. And really the opportunities. We didn't want to just paint it as a kind of negative experience, as we think, as I was talking about a little bit earlier, there have been lots of opportunities that have come out of this. So we're joined this afternoon by a very distinguished panel. I'm very pleased to introduce Inma Rodriguez-Ardura, a full professor of marketing and the director of the Digital Business Research Group at the University Oberta de Catalunya, so in Spain. And Katja Urbach is the founder and managing director of Arbeiterkind, or Kind, I think, sorry, in Germany, which is a non-profit organization supporting first-generation entrants. And Sofia Marquez de Silva, who's associate professor at the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Sciences at the University of Porto. And I apologize for my very poor pronunciation and give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves much better. What we wanted to do was to frame this something as a conversation. But when we were thinking about this session, we realized that we're actually not only talking about different national contexts and different university contexts or different higher education sectors, but we're also talking about different groups and different functions that we're all playing. So Inma is very much focusing on learning and teaching and the students. Katja is talking about supporting students, and Sofia is talking both about postgraduate research students and that process of doing research during the pandemic. So what I'd like to do first actually is just to give you each a chance to introduce yourself, and then we'll move to the first question. So maybe Katja, you'd like to just say a little bit about yourself.
Yes, I'm Katja. I'm from Germany. I'm in Berlin right now, and I'm the first in my family who reached a university degree myself. And that is why I founded my nonprofit organization Arbeiterkind, which means something like working class kid in translation, but it's a very German word which is very, very well known and culturally loaded in Germany. So, but it's something similar, and we use it as a word for first generation students, as we don't have another word for it. And I founded this organization. I started telling my story, and it was a big surprise success. And today, 13 years later, we have 6,000 volunteers all over Germany in 80 local groups. And we go into schools, we talk about our experience, we give talks about going to university, about finances. And it's not only for first generation students, but for all of them, so that they can have a conversation about what they are going to do, what their background is. And we also go into universities, and we have a large community, and it goes up to also getting into the first job. And we also have PhD groups now, so we are a huge community of first generation students from and for first generation students. And our volunteers go also from students up to retired people. So yeah, we are a large community, and it's very rewarding to help each other out.
Thank you so much. That's really good. And I love the way that you talked about your telling stories, as telling stories has been such a huge part of the I Belong project, and particularly important, I think, when you don't see people in person, that you have those kind of more informal ways to connect. So, but we'll hear more from you, Katja, in a little bit. Imma, do you want to just introduce yourself and then we'll come back to you for a little bit more explanation? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And hello, everybody, for inviting me to this event and giving me the opportunity to share with you the experiences of the Open University of Catalonia, which we call the UOC. The UOC was founded 25 years ago in Barcelona as a state-of-the-art technological research university. It was then the first university ever to run exclusively online, not only in Spain, but also in Europe. And currently it has more than 25,000 students and about almost 6,000 researchers and teaching staff. This makes the UOC as one of the largest universities in Spain. I joined the university at the end of the first academic year, so almost 25 years ago. And I have been working there in teaching activities and in research activities. You will see, because later on I will explain to you how we manage, how we design our teaching activities as faculty members, what are our responsibilities, and how we build and coordinate the entire groups of instructors and tutors that participate in these teaching activities and do, in fact, a great job. My expertise, you have seen, is in marketing. It's not in psychology, it's not in education. But from this very beginning, I have been researching, I have been doing my research on individual experiences, on personal experiences online. And the understanding of these experiences help us to better understand how students feel and how students react to our initiatives online. And this is much more or less what I do and what I'm interested to do. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Imma. It's great because you're going to share with us some of the work that you were doing as well prior to the pandemic to help students to feel like they belong. Sophia, can I ask you to introduce yourself now?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Sofia Marques da Silva. I'm based at the University of Porto as associate professor. Well, I teach research methodologies, and I hope that some of the experience of doing that, I can speak about that as well in this session. I do research mainly on young people in a diversity of contexts, mainly peripheral contexts, either geographic or socially peripheric contexts. I'm a member of the I Belong team, and I was involved for more or less 5 years in a national level program on digital inclusion.
Thank you. And I know there's some great stuff you've been doing community building with your postgraduates and the new opportunities for research that have come through the pandemic. But I wanted to start by inviting Imma to tell us a little bit more about the work in Catalonia, around what we can learn from the work that you were already doing online prior to the pandemic, particularly around helping to create a sense of belonging and for students to feel part of communities when they might be perhaps geographically at distance from each other. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, the UOC was conceived as an open university, which means that it seeks to provide access to higher education to every single person willing to engage in a university program, regardless of their physical location and their personal, functional, and professional backgrounds. The UOC education model has been the university's most distinguishing trademark since its beginnings. This model puts the student's activity rather than the teaching staff activity center stage. Also, it aims to offer an effective and personalized solution to the students' needs while leveraging digital technologies. The model takes into consideration the diverse profile of e-learners, and it's based on 3 pillars: the learning resources that are made available to students, the continual personalized guidance and support they receive from teaching staff, and peer collaboration within a networked community. The environment in which all these 3 elements converge is the UOC Virtual Campus. There, every student can find the activities assigned, all the learning materials and resources that they need to perform the activities, their course instructors, of course, the tutors that provide guidance and personal support, and their fellow students. Right from the start, the UOC completely shifted the role of teaching staff. Instead of arraying a traditional teaching model, the university adopted an integrated student support system based on distributed teaching. As a result, one of the most distinctive features of the UOC staff, teaching staff, is their ability to take part in teaching projects that involve teamwork and interdisciplinary tasks. These are 3 distinct faculty, there are 3 distinct faculty profiles, assuming teaching duties: faculty members who design, coordinate, and supervise the courses, part-time lecturers that function as real course instructors, and tutors, who are part-time lecturers that act as university guidance counselors. Faculty members design the courses, ensure their quality, and select, train, and coordinate the instructors who will be truly teaching them. To design a course, the UOC faculty member prepares a teaching project that includes the competences to be developed and the course learning outcomes to be achieved. Based on this project, prepares the packages of current learning resources that will be made available for students. Some of these resources will be published by the university, so the faculty member will select an appropriate pool of authors, train and coordinate them, and edit their work. At the end of each term, the faculty member assesses the students' learning outcomes and their satisfaction with the course and shares these inputs with instructors, so as to gather the instructors' reflections and suggestions and also explore potential improvements with them, of course. Accordingly, the faculty member might update or improve the learning resources, adapt the learning strategy, change the assessment methods or criteria, or he or she might introduce learning innovations. Course instructors usually combine their teaching tasks at the UOC with a full-time job at an on-site university, or are employed in professional or managerial occupations. The instructors monitor the students' activity individually, proactively assist and guide them, and assess their programs throughout the course. Each instructor takes care of a single classroom made up of 70 students maximum. Most of courses are taught in more than one classroom, so instructors work together in a group of course instructors and always under the supervision and coordination of a faculty member. Based on the teaching project prepared by the faculty member, the team course instructors collaboratively prepare and circulate the students' assignments, their solutions, and their students' group feedback. For each assignment in the course, the instructors assess and grade the students' individual performance, and they provide personalized feedback along with the corresponding grade. At the end of the term, at the end of each term, they also craft the final exams as well as their solutions to be published later on, of course. The instructor's personalized feedback contains precise message in a language that helps the student understand their mistakes and learn from them. Because the student can compare the solution published in the classroom with their individual answers, the personalized feedback doesn't justify the grade score. Instead, it focuses on the learned objectives that have been or have not been achieved at the individual level and are particularly important in the next assignments or in a final exam, for example. Also, it adopts an encouraging and friendly tone while it conveys objective information related to the course contents and competencies. And of course, it omits any judgment and criticism linked to the student's personal characteristics or background. Immediately after showing interest in being admitted to the EOC, each student is assigned a tutor. Similarly to course instructors, tutors have a full-time academic position at another university or have a professional or managerial job. UOC tutors are the first person students turn to for academic advice. They guide e-learners in their choice of their individual academic pathway and closely accompany them throughout their journey, the whole journey at the university. So tutors welcome, guide, and bring comprehensive and personalized support to students during the admission process and throughout their entire time at the UOC. Every tutor is an expert in a particular bachelor's or master's degree program, and sometimes they are also specialized in attending to a particular collective of students within such program. For example, students under the UOC Welcome Program for Refugees, international students under a virtual mobility program, and students enrolled in double degree programs are assigned to very specific tutors in the program. For many people, the UOC has offered them a unique chance to pursue a higher education degree, which they couldn't have aspired to an early age, or it has provided them with a second chance to complete a degree they couldn't finish for a number of reasons. This is why the age structure of the UOC student community is significantly different from the age composition of the students at on-site university. So they are older. The flex in general terms, the high flexibility of the educational model and the ubiquity of the virtual campus make it possible for them to work and learn at the same time. So most of the students have a full or part-time job. A number of them live in small towns or rural areas, and some are Spanish expats or international students. As of today, 80% of students work, and almost 10% live outside Spain. The UOC student population is scattered across 142 countries. In addition, there is a high proportion of students with a disability, as it's usually in on-site universities in Spain. Because the UOC approach to equality and inclusion is an essential part of the university, how it does it and how it takes it. I would like to give you a few examples of this. For instance, the UOC doesn't put in place cutoff marks for university admission because many students are transferred from on-site universities where they studied years or even decades ago. This UOC has established a process to assess and validate and completely prior university students relatively quickly and straightforwardly. A tutor is assigned to every would-be students to ensure they make informed decisions in choosing a university program, help them navigate throughout the admission process, and gather all the required documents. The academic regulations concerning registration allow UOC students to enroll on as little as just one course, as well as temporarily withdraw for a limited number of terms. Again, the tutor provides advice in the course registration decisions, so the student doesn't enroll in more courses than those they can truly manage. Also, when it comes to the design and delivery of learning resources, the UOC doesn't take a one-size-fits-all view, but rather ensures that all the required didactic materials are readily available in several formats, modes, and resolutions. For example, multimedia learning materials include a text version of audio accompanying every single video or animation, so students with hearing loss have direct access to the information. And a braille transcription of didactic materials is provided to students with sight difficulties. The teaching staff is also particularly focused on two constellations of students, which are non-traditional students and students with special needs. Non-traditional students are those students who are in employment, students who are carers, pregnant women, students on maternity or on adoption leave, students who previously earned an adult baccalaureate degree, students who gained university access through vocational training, students who are over 30, and elite athletes. The UOC offers them personalized support and advice, particularly on course enrollment decisions, so as to make sure the learning journey that best fits their profile, they can have enough time, and they meet their personal goals in terms of education. And students with special needs are those students with disabilities, including mental health conditions and learning difficulties, students undergoing health issues, students in the process of gender transitioning, refugees, international students in virtual mobility programs, and students with migratory background. This later constellation of students are highly diverse, as well as their particular needs. As a result, the support to be provided by the university to them is defined in most of cases on a case-by-case basis. And this brings me to the end of my speech. I thank you very much for your attention. And of course, I'm highly interested to hear your views on what I have said and answer all the questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Inma. And I think that in terms of the sense of belonging, there's a lot there about personal relationships and ensuring that people have a known person that's guiding them throughout their experience. And I imagine that for some students that takes quite a few years to go through doing a module by module in terms of reaching their degree. And so you talked a lot about the personalization, and I think those are probably some of the challenges that the others both at the conference and on the panel now have experienced. How do we help students to connect with each other and with teaching staff, and how do we do the kind of things that we've traditionally done face to face? So Katia, can I ask you if you could tell us a little bit about the challenges that you experienced when you had to move from your previous ways of working to kind of a more online function, and how you did kind of continue to create a sense of belonging and connection between the students that you were working with. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the typical challenge for first generation students is that they have the feeling to be between two worlds. Like, there's a world where you come from, where my family comes from a different educational background, and then there's higher education. And I always had the feeling I don't belong. I don't belong where I come from, and I also don't belong in higher education, especially in the first semesters at university. So what we try to do with Arbeiterkind is to create a space in between. Like, we have our own community of people who are first generation or former first generation students. And here the students find understanding for their challenges. We tell our stories, and we have realized our stories are similar. We have the similar challenges, similar experiences. Of course, there are nuances that are different, but there are certain challenges that we have in common, and people feel that they can talk about these challenges in our community and they are safe. So we have groups, these local groups who are meeting, and they used to meet physically, and that is also very important to be in physical exchange. And that was a challenge because we had done online seminars before, like workshops online, but now we had to move everything online, and that was a challenge for the sense of belonging. Also because not everyone has the same technical equipment, good computers, good internet connection. The challenge was also that a lot of students moved home, and that was very tough for the sense of belonging, because they had to move home because they couldn't afford to live at university anymore because of the expenses. They gave up their apartments, or also they didn't feel safe in this crisis, so they moved to their parents again. And that was difficult because then they lost this sense of belonging at the university. And to recreate that when they are at home is really difficult, because for us it's good that they are at university, they have the higher education experience, and then we also come in addition to that, so to make them feel more at home and make them feel a larger sense of belonging. But now they were at home often, they were in crisis mode. A lot of students thought about quitting university. They had, of course, challenges concerning finances. Maybe also their parents lost their jobs, or they had the reductions in their loans. So lots of challenges. But what we tried to do is, to do everything online. We had great online meetings, but of course we also lost some of the students. It's just the way things are. But we tried our best to do group meetings, to do workshops, one-on-one meetings, and I'm also very proud that we have an outreach program. So our students also are volunteers at the same time, and they go into schools, and we managed to come up with a format online together, and we developed this program together with our students and volunteers, and we did a lot of events for schools, so to also reach out. And that's also very important component for our students, because they get empowered and they feel like it's not only that I need help and support, I can also give support, and that empowers them. So this getting and giving, that's a huge part. And I think, but I still think that our community is and was very important in this time, to not lose more first generation students, and to give them still a sense of belonging, a community they can talk to about their difficulties, and to support each other.
Thank you. And I really think it's an interesting point around the volunteering, isn't it? That when people get involved in volunteering, they create a sense of belonging, and they start to represent their organization, which creates that belonging. So they've got peers and they're kind of representative. And it feels much better than asking for help. Giving help, but also getting those benefits. So that's interesting. And I think in the UK context, a lot of outreach work has shifted to online, and it does provide some additional opportunities. And certainly some institutions have found it's given them further reach to communities and schools that perhaps they wouldn't have engaged in. So I'll come back to you and ask you about some of the kind of new opportunities that have emerged through the pandemic. But I want really, Sophia, to ask you the same question. What were the main challenges in creating and maintaining a sense of belonging for your students as they faced a crisis, for many of them, as they couldn't carry on with their research that they planned to do?
Thank you for the question. Yes, well, I may speak a little bit as a supervisor and the challenges that I had into making the students to keep the pace, even if a lot of things changed. So I was in the middle of 3 projects, and some as a PI, and some students were involved in that project, and some other students had their own research projects. So it was very challenging, not only because in some cases we needed to stop and regroup, and to reorganize, in some cases, the research design. So it's not an easy transfer. This is just not, open a Zoom meeting and to make the interviews online instead of face-to-face interviews. This is all ontological and epistemological decisions that are changing. So this is, it could be, there are advantages and disadvantages in doing that, and we discussed that. But in the first weeks, with more or less 10 students developing their PhD, so we needed to have some time to reflect on how the research design would change. And this took us sometimes and some online meetings to try to rearrange their projects, and in some cases changing the research question, because it's not the same question anymore. It's not the same. This is not doing digital ethnography. It's not the same of doing traditional classic ethnography. And I did some digital ethnography before the pandemic, and I know that it's the type of data and the type of outcomes, they are not the same. It's ethnography, we may say so, and we may talk about multi-sited ethnography, but that's the design is embedded within this idea of digital since the beginning. It's not in the middle of the project. That was the main challenge. So I think that's one of the challenges, of course, and that demanded theoretical updates, theoretical and conceptual reorganizations and adaptations. So the issue, the decisions of going online in some strategies of data collection implied changes in some project. It was a little bit structural changes because, for example, doing participatory methodologies through online instead of a week, it took 8 months because, you know, converging, making a common schedule to all the young people, teachers. It was very, very demanding. It's not changing from face-to-face to use an online platform. The very own online platform has pedagogic issues in there, as we could understand from INMA examples of their work. So this is not just an easy transference. So there are these practical issues, and are, of course, issues of keeping the community of students. So we have in our faculties, and I'm sure in many other contexts of higher education, we have research communities of practice. So each supervisor usually is responsible for a research community of practice in which PhD students, their own PhD students, and also researchers from projects are involved, and we have regular meetings and regular activities. And to keep that, and usually we meet once or twice a month with very organized activities, presentations, providing feedback, and we needed to keep that. And we needed to keep that for the sake of the overall group of students, because some of them were okay dealing with the fact that we were in lockdown, but others really needed this. And this meant that I, as a supervisor, I needed to understand the diversity of PhD students that I had in my hands, because as you already said, also I think Katja and Inma, we can, well, one activity, one action cannot have the same model to everyone. So we need tailored decisions. And at that point, I thought, well, I need to keep these meetings, I need to keep alive the research community of practice online, because it was a way of, you know, like regulating all of us in keeping us on track, doing, doing what we used to do. And I think for the students, it was very important, you know, to see that all of us were struggling with similar issues of not being able to do the research as we planned. Students here, some of them had what we call, they have scholarships and with some stays in other countries, for example, in Brazil, and they needed to give up that. So they didn't have that experience. So we needed to rework the strategies, but especially to, you know, to keep the pace of the research, not to have students falling in the middle of this without support, without feeling that the other colleagues were, you know, with the same challenges. So it was important to keep the motivation, to keep the pace and the sense of belonging to this community of doctoral students and to this culture of doctoral programs. And we kept also, that was a little bit more challenge, but I had the support of PhD students that took in her hands this. It was the writing community of practice. Well, it's very simple. Usually we are in a room during 3 hours without social media, without internet, just focus on writing an article, a piece of a paper, something. And we kept that online. So with the same pace, you know, writing for 30 minutes, resting for 10 minutes, writing. And I thought, but this is not going to work, but it worked. And it was very interesting because, you know, we did our activities like small games in the breaks, you know, regarding the activities and related to the activity. But that was very, very important to keep us together. So that was my experience regarding these PhD students. I think in the end, almost 2 years from that time, we get back to the face-to-face meetings, we kept some activities online. But I think for that time it was necessary to change this and not to stop everything.
Thank you. That's really interesting. And I'm struck again about the challenges, but also the need for community. And so particularly Katja and Sophia, because Emma, you said you didn't change as much, but do any of you want to sort of share how this created new opportunities and things that you will continue, even if the pandemic and all the other consequences come to an end? I think, Katja, you're willing to.
Yeah, there were lots of opportunities that we discovered that we weren't that aware of before. For example, we discovered that we have volunteers who are physically challenged and who couldn't come to our physical meetings in the past and who couldn't often participate in our activities because they needed transportation, or they also lived a little bit further away from the city. And so these volunteers could suddenly participate much more in our activities, in our group meetings, and also in school events, which we did online. So that was, and we could also reach people who lived in the countryside, who are maybe very busy, who have kids, who have maybe other other challenges or other work that they are doing, so they couldn't take the time to come to our meetings or activities. So that is a big win, and that's also something we will keep. We will keep online meetings and workshops and activities. And we also discovered that we could keep in touch with our students who were abroad. So we had some students who went abroad or who were living abroad, also volunteers, and usually they couldn't participate in our work from abroad, but now they could. And they could do it online. We have a very active group now in Brussels, for example, and they did a lot of activities. They did meetings with other groups to exchange ideas and to get to know each other. We have a blind match now. So that's an activity where a lot of groups meet and then they get mixed up and they meet another group from Germany or from abroad, and they talk to each other. So we have many more activities that we also want to keep. But I think the challenge is still to decide what are we going to do physically, what are we going to do online, and maybe what are we going to do both. So I think that's something we have to think about when we are moving forward.
I think that's a really good point. What do we do online and what do we do in person? Sophia, do you want to come
Yes,
in?
I may add something. It's not negative, but it's something that make me think that this was an opportunity to test research methods, to see if they could handle the pressure of being done online. I did that with the ethnography, but I never tried, for example, with participatory methodologies or focus group discussions or interviews. And it was really interesting to see if the method as it was taught could be used in the same way when we go online. That's an issue that for me as a research methodology teacher, it's interesting because I'm adding a layer of this aspect while I'm teaching research methodologies now. So I always speak about how can we do it if we go online, but all the implications that meant. The other issue was through the development of research online, using with all the challenges of trying to put together in the same Zoom room students from different parts of the country, because the main project I'm coordinating, it's being developed in the border regions of Portugal with Spain. So it's a bit far away from Porto, and we travel there for 3 years, and then we stop and start doing some of these activities online. And I could realize that through the online experience, I could reach different experience from young people that I couldn't understand through the questionnaires or even through the interviews that people that are working with me developed in situ. So through the online, I could understand the effort of schools from the rural parts of the country, the struggles to have digital tools, resources, and broadband of quality in those parts of the country. So I had teachers with their mobile to be able to do the focus group discussion and the interaction with us staying in Porto. So I could better understand some disadvantages I already knew in some aspects, but not regarding the digital divide. So it was interesting to see how also we are able to understand better some of the data that was previously collected through this opportunity. So I think it's I would keep some of the techniques to do this and some of the strategies in combination with face-to-face interactions, because it's relevant as well. But I think I think it's a good combination, and I would keep this combination for future research.
Thank you, Sophia. And I think you've started to answer one of the questions that has come from the audience about how you prepare students to implement their research in the online. So in your teaching, you're now providing some insights based on your experience, both the opportunities and the things to take into consideration, or the challenges.
Yes, so in each layer, and also regarding ethical issues, because there is a whole world of new concerns that digital is bringing. And we as teachers, supervisors, and we as institutions, we need to be much more aware of what's going on there regarding platforms and how they are also, influencing how we teach and learn, and our own performativity as teachers and researchers. So we need to be aware of how IT companies are producing pedagogic technologies for us to use for research and teaching. So we need to be aware. So of course that ethical issues are not only regarding data protection, but they also regard that. And if we are, doing research with young people and other type of population, we need to be aware of the implications of that and how to be transparent with our participants. And I try to call the attention of that. I have in the doctoral program, I am responsible for a teaching module only with 15 hours, only regarding digital methodologies. I organized that before the pandemic. And it was interesting because the first time I taught that, it was in April 2020. So it was not on purpose. I was planning that before, but it was, on time to
Perfect
teach a little
timing.
bit about, yes, so it was very, very interesting. So I think that we need, who teach research methodologies, we need to start integrating, not in a separate model, honestly, but within all the research process, we need to be aware that we are, for a long time, using digital tools, digital contexts, and studying digital objects, social objects. So I think that we need to do that more evidently in our curriculum.
Thank you. And we're running out of time rapidly, but I do have a question for Imma, which is from what you've learned from students' experiences in online education, what would you consider to continue and use in higher education? So I think it's really that question about what is it that we can learn from your 25 years of experience that will help us moving forward?
Mm-hmm. Good question. Interesting question. Well, when it comes to the digital divide, for example, make sure from the very beginning that all the students can have, internet access, can have devices that can be used for learning purposes from the very beginning, already in the registration process, already when they are contacting the secretary, define materials, define resources, define people, support, IT support, that can give this information to them and that can help them to have these technologies available for them. Also, when it comes to the digital divide, make sure that the contents that you prepare, the documents that you provide, can be accessible, can be used by people wherever they are, whatever is their broadcast connection. What we do, for example, is to have the same contents preparing multimedia and many formats. So a student that is connected from a very, from a very far away rural area, for example, with a very bad connection, can use a PDF instead of using, a video with many other, formats or many other animations, for example. But the content, the basic content, is available, is there in the PDF version. So we need to get used to offer many options, many technologies, many formats for every single person and their very specific needs that they may have. Also, what I would suggest is that try to reduce the number of or the effort that teachers on on-site university put on communicating, on I would say not communicating, on delivering sessions, on delivering lectures. Try to prepare in well advanced contents, learning resources. So, and do this before the term starts. Try to define a teaching project. Try to, to capture interesting resources, useful resources that are online, that are on our libraries, that have been produced by many other sources. Talk to the library to make sure that the library can buy them if they are, they are not public, they are not accessible to everybody, for example. Try to do this well in advance. And try to make sure that these resources can be understood by the students without your help. So try not to use much, or you can use a textbook, of course, but try to use not exactly textbooks, but truly learning resources, something that can help them to understand the content, to understand the course without your help. And try to focus your effort on guiding them, on making sure that they are using the resources appropriately, making sure that they understand the assignment and guide them across this journey. So I would say that this is more or less, a way that is closer to an open university or how an open university works. But I think that is the most appropriate way to navigate on the online sphere, I think. I don't know if it's helpful, but this is, an off-the-cuff reflection.
No, thank you, and I think you're right that preparing good resources in different formats feeds into kind of principles of universal design, doesn't it, and inclusion. And I think I really don't have much more time. I've already run over, but so thank you all so much for sharing. And I can see that there's so much more we could have talked about. They certainly could have given us longer time for this panel. But thank you for sharing and coming today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you all.
Just a short notice. Thank you, Liz and panelists. We now have a short break during which we will play another of the videos that we prepared. And then we continue with the final panel, and that's sharing power with students. So stay with us and we will play video now.
I'm Amina. I'm 27 years old and I'm studying at the Erasmus University. I finished my third year of bachelor last summer and now I'm doing 2 masters. The Master Orthopedagogy and the Master of Family Pedagogy, if it's the correct name. And I have been a mentor for like 2 years for the I Belong project and now I'm doing the Connect project, also the mentorship program. And that's my first year, so actually I've been doing this for 3 years now. When a student comes to the university in its first year, like freshman, they don't know what to expect and they don't know the campus, they don't know the studies, they don't know the people. So we are actually there to guide them through that and through the process of how to study, what's the best way to study, what can they expect from the studies, and to show them around on campus. A sense of belonging to me is a combination of being like a student and doing the studies, but mostly the part of being a student, because I think what I remember most of my studies is not the times that I was in class or studying or whatever, but the interaction I had with my fellow students, and I think that's the most important part with becoming a student, because it's such a big step from like high school to university. And of course the studying is also a very big step because you have so many more things to learn. But I think when you look at the high school, it's like you're in a class with 30 students, and here you have like a class with, I think the first day I was at school I had like 100 students in one like big room, and I was like, whoa, that's a lot of people. So I had to get to know everybody bit by bit, and at the end of the first year you still don't know anybody. So for them I think it's a very big and maybe nervous step, I would say. So I think that's an important thing of the I Belong, to have the sense of being together as students and going through the same development together. I think the importance of having inclusion is for the students is like I think it's a feeling for them, for feeling like, okay, I'm accepted here and I can walk here and not be judged and feel home. And I think that's very important because, like I said, I think Rotterdam is one of the most diverse cities we have in the Netherlands, I think in Europe even. So it is very important to have that for the students to feel like, okay, I feel like, I wouldn't say home because it's still a university. I don't know if students want to feel home at a university, but they should have the feeling that they can come here and they can talk to people if they are like having some issues or whatever, that they are accepted and loved for the way they are. I think that's the good thing, the good word that I would choose for it. So yeah. I Belong has influenced me, my feeling of being home at the university. I think it's also because as a student you don't work along with the higher professors or whatever, you know. A lot of times you're just doing your courses, doing your tests, and you finish. That's actually the normal steps that you take. So the actual possibility to be able to work with like people that are like higher than, I wouldn't say higher than students, but they have like higher functions than students, and to be able to work with them and to tell them your vision of how you see inclusion and what you think is a good idea to include more students and to give them a better feeling of that home. That's a good thing. I think that's a special feeling to be able to do that as a student. It's like, okay, I matter and I can make other people matter. So yeah, I think that's the answer for the question. Yeah.
Arundi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you all for coming and thank you guys for joining. I'm Arunati and I'll be moderating the student panel, Sharing Power with Students. And we're kind of going to look into your role as a student to advocate for institutional change within the university within the context of diversity and inclusion. And without further ado, I was wondering if you could maybe introduce yourself. I'm joined today by Rumesa Enal. Daphne Leenders, Floris van der Meer, and Darren Lord. Darren, since you're first on my screen, would you mind introducing yourself and maybe also telling a bit more about your project and your involvement with I Belong?
Yeah, so my name is Darren Lord. I'm currently studying at Edgehill University, and my initiative with the I Belong project is we run it for our first years within the Faculty of Education and across the university. So I'm really involved with that project, and I was when I first originated, and I share my story of how I felt of belong within my university, and how other students can share their stories as well. And we do a lot of activities around that and make them feel welcome and involved throughout the academic year, not just at the start as well.
Yeah, nice, thank you. And what about you, Daphne? Could you tell me a bit more about yourself and also the project you're involved with? Yeah, you're still muted. Yes.
Hi, sorry. I'm a student from Erasmus University in Rotterdam, and I joined the pre-academic program and in my first year, so I'm just graduated from my bachelor, and I joined the organization team for the next years after I joined. And the pre-academic program is a program which is organized for first year students, and actually it's a week, it used to be a week before Corona, in which students come to campus and already get introduced to the academic world, their academic career, the career that they will be involved in. And one of the subjects that we're discussing, and especially since the online education world with Corona, is sense of belonging and resilience, and therefore to already engage students before they even start studying at the Erasmus University, to create the place for them where they feel easily at home and where they can easily perform. So yeah, it's a really nice program.
Nice, thank you. You triggered some questions already, but before I go into that, Rumesa, could you tell me a bit more about yourself and the projects as well?
Yes, hi, my name is Rumesa Unal. I'm a master's student in business administration, and I'm also the chair of Diversity Talks, which is one of ECHO's initiatives of Students for Students projects. And we are a nonprofit organization focusing on diversity, inclusion, and equity within higher education by providing a tutoring program, a free tutoring program for high school students, and a mentoring program as well. We also do a lot of community work with our students by raising awareness around diversity inclusion, and our main focus is higher education and the pathway to higher education.
Nice, thank you. And last but not least, Floris.
Hi, my name is Floris. I study at the VU in Amsterdam, and I'm part of the Student Association FAM, which stands for Family of Academic Minds. And basically the association tries to give a home to first generation students, internationals, and basically anyone who needs that extra sense of belonging for whatever reason. And also we help out with the diversity policy within the VU as well.
Nice, thank you. I hear a lot of sense of belonging and feeling at home. What does that mean to you, Daphne?
Yes, so since it's a sense, I think it's something personal. It's something that everyone experiences differently, but overall, I think it means feeling at home at somewhere, and feeling that you have the place to, or the space to be yourself and to express yourself in the way you are, but also that at university, for example, you find your place, and the people that you want to connect with, that you kind of have the same interests with, or that you identify with. And I think that's something, especially in education, that makes you feel like you belong somewhere. So yeah, I think that would be a sense of belonging to me.
Yeah. Darren, I saw you nodding. I'm guessing you agree. Could you maybe elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I feel that like a sense of belonging, it's like a family but it's not your family. So you've got an extended family within the university or within your place of study that you can connect with and identify with, and create those spaces where you can be yourself and you can look out for those people that you can connect with, and you can really find your own interest within that kind of family connection, that family community, that I believe that is a real strong connection. And once you've found those connections, you can then create that sense of belonging. Like Daphne said, it's a sense that you feel like you're included and you feel like you're involved and you feel like you know that you're part of a community and you're part of something.
I like how you use the word family. Floris, obviously, I'm going to come back to you being part of FAM. What does family, how does that relate to sense of belonging, especially in the context of university? Because, I mean, I can imagine that studying and feeling at home, just like you have with your family, is not the same thing, but you do kind of try to create that feeling, I'm guessing. Why is that important, and how do you, through FAM, aspire to create that?
Yes, as Darren said, the importance of the safe space cannot be understated. And Family for Academic Minds Association is basically aims at providing such a safe space for first generation students, because if you're the first one in your family to study at higher education, you have no one to guide you. There's no questions you can just ask informally. Everything has to go through university, and the same goes for international students. You have to you pick up and move to a different country. That by itself is already hard enough, but then having to deal with this formal institution and also different culture, different everything. It's nice to have a space where you can come together with your peers for questions, for advice, but also for fun and for academic achievements. And FAM tries to create that.
Exactly, very nice. Rumesa, question for you. Did you have something like diversity talks to guide you through your process at the university when you started off, or is that something that basically what I wanted to ask you is where did your trigger to facilitate sense of belonging, where did that start for you?
Yeah, well, no, I didn't have any of the aspects that students right now have. So that was actually my motivation to be engaged in projects like diversity talks and a lot of other projects as well. I'm a first generation student. No one in my environment has gone to university. So that created a lot of pressure, and a pressure in which I felt like I needed to do my utterly best to be successful, in a sense that I can make up to their expectations, because you were actually profiled as like the smart one in the family or something like that. So what I did was actively find out if initiatives like that were present at the university. And that was very hard for me to find, because I noticed that a lot of things within diversity and inclusion actually are around accessibility. So you have to know where you look for what you're looking for, and that's really difficult if you don't have any support stemming from your family or friends. So yeah, I really noticed that it's about support and trust, and also about other people with the same backgrounds, also first generation students, that can guide you through this process of entering university, which was very hard at that time. And I really believe that initiatives that are starting right now are very valuable for these kinds of students.
Yeah, thank you. So the title of today's panel is Sharing Power with Students. Do you feel like you, as students, are taken seriously, that your inputs are taken into account to create this institutional change? Open question, so whoever would want to respond, please feel free to.
I'll answer first. Yeah, it's difficult. So I think students individually, it's very difficult to make any substantial change within the institutions. Because in the end, there are these big monoliths that are still very much like state bureaucracy. It's decision making doesn't go as easily as you'd hope. So that's why it's very important that there are initiatives and associations and just other more I guess collaborative efforts, because I think in the end the students need to bundle together and empower each other for any meaningful change to be established.
Yeah.
So if I can add to this? Since for me, the pre-academic program is something organized by the Erasmus University itself. So I started off studying and got an invitation for this program just on the address of the Erasmus University. And for me, that made it very open, as in the university was there to provide me an extra program before even the introduction week started, to welcome me and to kind of prepare me on what was expected, what was for me to be, ahead. So for me, and I think also for the students who joined and what I heard from them, that really created a feeling of indeed being welcomed and also having a say maybe in the university later, or being taken serious. That's what you asked. Yes, so that the university kind of says, like, if you feel welcome at our place, or if you feel at home here, then we've made success, because this is what we're striving for. That's what I experienced in my case, but I'm not sure, because, for example, Floris, you're from the VU, and Darren, you're even in the UK, so maybe that's very different for different universities as well.
Yeah, can I kind of come in here and just say that, yeah, I do feel that we are taken seriously, and students from the I Belong project, what we've been running in the UK, is we allow the students to know where to turn to and know that if you feel like you belong, and we talk to them what the Belong project is and how you can feel belong within our community and within our university. And once we'd established that, we see that students are more upfront and more confident and being able to deal with change and come to us when they want something change, or they know who to go to implement that change. And from my point of view, I do feel that the I Belong project has helped people to stand up for themselves, to be students and stand up for what they believe they want and what they want to get out of, both academically and within their own journeys as well, towards whatever they want outside of that degree. So I do believe that it is important, and it is a good thing to kind of structure and have, and students are participating and having a better outcome in the long run as well.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. And I also want to add in that it also depends on your network and who are trusting in you. So at first, you really have to validate your own position and where you're coming from, what you're doing, and why you matter. And once you have people that believe in you from university, from higher positions maybe, it's become a lot easier to navigate through hierarchies and through bureaucracies within institutions. So I think that's a really important aspect in which you need support from people outside your environment within university to actually be engaged in the university.
Yeah, nice, thank you. We just got a question from the audience. How important is a physical space to a sense of belonging? So maybe it's good to talk about sense of belonging briefly first, and then go into the physical aspect of it. Who would like to kick off?
I will start. So that a sense of belonging, that can come from, everyone has a different meaning of their own sense of belonging, and they feel comfortable in their own setting. However they do that, whether it's in person physically, or whether it's face-to-face online, or however they want to facilitate it, and that's wherever they come feel comfortable, and that comes back to how they as a person define a sense of belonging. But I do feel it works both ways. So you can have great sessions in person and having that time together where you can see them and you can see their reactions as well, really positive. But you can also have that same reaction with someone online and in that online kind of forum kind of way. But it does work both ways, and it has done. We've proven it through COVID and things like that it's worked within those both environments. It just depends on how that student likes to learn and how that student feels there in that sense of belonging.
Yeah. And I think especially in our times in our generation with the social media and stuff, we've seen that it's not necessary for us to see us face-to-face live. There are huge communities on these social media platforms, having a sense of being a group or being, identifying with each other. And also, indeed, what Darren said, COVID has proven that online doesn't mean only bad. Not belonging to each other, because for the pre-academic program, if I may speak from my side, then we started off with 250 people just at the campus, but when we did the online program, we had 1,000 more. So there were so many more people that we could reach, that we could engage in this program. So it also offers opportunities, and I think it enriches your network, so you can kind of get this sense of belonging with even more people through the online engagement of such initiatives.
I would actually also disagree with what you just said, at least part of it, because I think a physical space is also very important. Again, especially if you study abroad, especially during COVID, if you spend your time in a, 12 square meter room in Amsterdam, if you spend that your whole study period for 2 years now, where you're not going to be happy or feel like you belong. And of course, it's nice to have online meetings, but those only do so much. And for example, for me, it's easier because, I'm Dutch. My family lives, relatively close by. So, I already feel like I belong. And if I do feel left out, I can just, go to my family, for example. But, not everyone has that luxury. So I guess what Darren also said, every person has a different sense of belonging or a different need for belonging or a different definition. And taking in consideration those different needs, especially from different groups, I think that's very important to create a, broad sense of belonging within a university, because not everyone feels the same.
Yeah, I actually agree with Floris. I think physical activities really foster a personal connection with other students, and those are important because a sense of belonging is like an emotion, and you also have to have personal questions and stuff like that, which are way harder online to ask, because you don't trust the person next to you enough. So I do believe that physical spaces are really important to create discussions, create movements, and also make someone feel safer within the university. And then also, if you have an assigned place within the university, it will really help if you with your positionality within the university and how you feel like you belong at the university, instead of an online connection in which it's more static and more passive, while in person it's way more active and personal.
If I can add more to that, I think it's also good to realize that not everyone has the same home situation. So I already used the example of international students who might live in a small room, in a small dorm. Maybe they have a big apartment, you never know. But in the same sense, people from, for example, the Netherlands, they don't necessarily all have a fun or spacious situation at home. And then having this physical space within a university that you can go to study or to hang out or to, meet other people, that will, really boost a sense of belonging and really make you feel safe and at home in a space where you should be able to feel safe and at home.
Yeah, I think we see that Corona is one of the big challenges now. I mean, we would have been all together if not for COVID. Sadly, we're stuck online from the comfort of our own homes, luckily. I have a more personal question. So who or what would positively impact your own sense of belonging at the university? Darren, would you like to answer that?
Yeah. So from my personal point of view, I believe that we have program leaders here at Edgehill who lead the course and lead whatever course you're on, and that's where the initial belonging comes from. You're connected to that group at first. That's your connection. That's your community. And once you arrive, that's the first person you meet, along with your other peers and your other colleagues who are doing the same program. That's your first connection, and that's where you begin that belonging journey. And that doesn't finish when you graduate and when you leave. It continues and continues to carry on. And especially within my university, we have like the annum and things like that, and meetups and things like that can always, you can meet new people and have that sense of belonging even after you've graduated and after you've left whatever you do. So I do believe it comes from that first day, that first week, having that group and having that one person that you feel like, I belong to this section, I belong to this faculty. And then it moves on to your other teachers and other colleagues within the faculty and who you're taught by, and also the peers in your class and in your program as well. They can be that real sense of belonging as well. They can come into that on its own as well. It's not just about the academic side of it. It's also about having that time to be able to study in an environment where it's maybe less pressured without a teacher or a tutor. And you've got that time to kind of say, I don't get it, or discuss with your peers and talk about things that you might not be getting. And you feel that community kind of building. You meet new people as you do it. Each day you'll be always meeting new people, and you'll always building on that sense of belonging.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know we went to the same university, same faculty, in fact, and it's quite a tight-knit community. Has that also positively impacted your sense of belonging? Or I can also imagine that if you don't fit in, that it actually enhances that exclusion even more. I don't know how you personally experienced it.
Yes, true. So indeed, we both went to University College here in Rotterdam, and they provide for first years, they provide a housing. So you can go internally, I think that's how you say it, here at the city center. Sorry?
On campus.
On campus, yes. Yeah. So with the 250 first years, you start to live there. You do not even have to worry yourself about finding a room in Rotterdam. Yeah, for me personally, I would say, Erndanti, that it fostered a sense of belonging immensely. Everyone is starting off there without knowing anyone, and everyone's so eager to meet new people. So for me, I always tell my friends or people I meet that I had a kickstart of my student life. So for me personally, it benefited me. But for example, in my second year, I started looking outside my study as well. So I didn't only stop looking into that community, but I also kind of searched for other groups here in Rotterdam, student associations or a job, so there was always space for finding or like looking for also other similar people that I shared my interests with. So yes, I've had a very positive experience with that.
Nice. Rumeysa, I had a question for you because I in fact know that Diversity Talks is kind of a Students for Students initiative. So it's led by students, initiated for students. What is the importance of having this student point of view and perspective for an institution to advocate change?
I think it's really important and valuable to bring students into matters like this, just because institutions are most of the time embedded in like a lot of bureaucracies and things that we always did as universities, and students bring new perspectives, younger perspectives, but also from different kinds of views. So I think it's really important to take these views into consideration, because someone at who works at a university for how many years possible might not know what the actual trends are, what the actual issues are regarding students. And I think we need to have that connection with the actuality of students within the university, because so for us, for example, we are all students that organize activities for high schoolers, and we know what they feel like, because we've been graduating 2-3 years ago. So we know their needs and voices, and we can translate that into universities and into their policies. But we need to be heard, and that's why it's so important for institutions to take our voices into consideration, and to give more voice to high schoolers and students as well.
I agree. Darren, Flores. I was looking at Flores and I had Darren in my mind. Excuse me. Flores, I saw you nodding. I was wondering if you had something to add on to that as well.
I mean, a bunch. I think one dimension also hasn't been like explicitly mentioned is that most universities, at least in the Netherlands, but I'm guessing also in the UK, are predominantly white. So then having what Rumesa said about like, oh, we've always done is this way, and this is like the standard here, this tradition, that doesn't always translate to different people in different groups. So having those voices here is even more important, because you're already, if you talk about sense of belonging, if you enter a space that's predominantly white or culturally different, and I guess the same goes for ableist, non-ableist, if you're queer or if you're not queer, if you enter a space that you're not part of the dominant group, that has an extra effect on your feeling of belonging and mostly your feeling of being excluded. So it's imperative that those voices are heard even more and are amplified more, to sort of counteract this effect. Because if you just keep going with the same old, yeah, you're only gonna cater to a specific audience, and usually that's a white audience.
So if I'm allowed to summarize that, from what I hear from you, is from your points of privilege, with whichever aspect that may be, if that is being male, straight, white, whatever, to acknowledge that first of all, but then also to take responsibility in creating a sense of belonging for the other. Is that?
Yeah, and also, so Darren mentioned, the first people you see are important, like, the first group, but then also the first teachers. Mm-hmm. Seeing yourself reflected in the people around you is very important, yeah, for belonging, but just in general. Also, for your academic achievements, it's important to, feel like you belong again. And those are also aspects that need to be changed here at the VU, but I studied at a different university. It's the same there. It's important to have this diversity and inclusion, also in teaching staff, also in curriculum, also among students, just throughout the whole institution.
Yeah, thank you. I do agree indeed with having recognition with fellow students, tutors, professors, that you feel like, oh, if there's this sense of recognition, you see, oh, they can do it, then I can do it as well. And especially if you've never had that before, then it's extra motivating. Darren, this time I do mean Darren. We had a question from the audience. So you said earlier that everyone has their own sense of belonging. Do you think students appreciate the value of belonging and how to create belonging to meet their needs? It's a bit of a...
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do believe that everybody does have their own sense of belonging, and we all have our own different needs that we need addressing before anything else, before we can belong. And that's how we find our group, our connection. That's how we go and navigate ourselves to whichever different group we want to be a part of. Our needs and our and what we need in life, and how we need to study, how we need to spend our free time, defines where we go in which connection we make. So I do believe that finding that sense of belonging, it does take time. Like, it's not going to happen overnight. Finding that sense of belonging can last throughout the degree and even more. And building on that, like I said previously, building on that sense of belonging is really key for any student or for anyone that's thinking of this. And being able to define which group you go in and which connections you make will define on your needs and on you, who you are as a person as well, and that can then ultimately decide which group and which connections you make in the future. Yeah, I hope that answered the question.
Right.
Yeah.
I think, Daphne, you were talking also about networking, or was that you, Ramesa? I think that also, was it you?
I think it was me.
Yeah, I think that would be also a nice bridge, what you're talking about, Darren, in terms of networking and finding these connections, and that's also what you stand for. And what I also wanted to ask you, since we're talking about how you guys create sense of belonging, or how you guys are aspiring to do so, all very inspiring and powerful, but also what are the challenges that you've faced? Are there anything that you run into, or maybe, yeah.
I think that the challenges, like, there are challenges with everything we do. But one of the biggest challenges I think we faced is COVID, with being one of them, and moving things into an online world, which was really difficult at the time when people needed us most. We were obviously trying to keep that sense of belonging and keep that sense of community up while fighting an online system at the same time. And also previously, what I said before was that change and like the belonging process isn't going to happen overnight. It's an ongoing process, and it's building on that that's key. And having that budget and pressure and determination to work on that every day and every week and build on that throughout the year of a first year can sometimes be challenging with their own academic life and their own studies and whatever they do outside of their degree. That can be challenging for them. They're new to this university. They don't fully know us and we don't know them. So building that up is something that I found a challenge when doing it with the first years. And it's something that they fed back to us, and they said they found a challenge. And it's about how we kind of overcome it was we gave them a piece of our story. We told them how we dealt with our lives and how we overcame many challenges in our lives. And they were then able to open up to us a bit more about how they've overcome challenges in their lives as well. So we did get over those challenges, but they were kind of barriers that we saw in this kind of I Belong project.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think Rumesa, you wanted to say something as well?
Yes, I want to add on to that. I completely agree. And I also think that it's because it's like this unconscious process that we are trying to make within the change. It's sometimes very difficult to understand, like, what are we doing exactly? Because for me, it's very important. And I know that it's important to give the change to younger students, but for them, they don't exactly know like the purpose because they haven't felt the other side. So I think sometimes that can be challenging to make sure, like, hey, we're doing this for you guys' own benefit, and then combining that within university and making that connection can also be really challenging, because not everyone believes in the benefits of the program, and not everyone thinks it's really necessary, or maybe they want to do it. We are students led, so it's sometimes they expect us to be how do you say that we do it for free or something like that. And that can also be very challenging if you are not taken seriously, even though it's such an important program.
Yeah. Do you feel that often as students when you talk about bigger subjects and things like this, that you don't feel listened to, or you don't feel as though you're being taken seriously? And how, if so, how do you cope with that? If any of you has experienced that before?
Well, it's not happening often because diversity inclusion is a very trending topic right now. So more and more people are seeing the worth within it, but we are still students, and sometimes we talk to people who are like way older than us and way more experienced. So it's not a matter of be taken seriously because of our initiatives, but more as in, I guess, age and position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree on that.
Can I add on to that? Because if I speak for me personally, for example, so I just graduated, and I feel that this sense of belonging fight is something that is a process, you know, and that's not just set on when you start university, but kind of starts over again. So indeed, and I recognize in what you say, Rumeza, as in we're still quite young people. So, and now me entering maybe a bit more of the big world, working, you know, kind of leaving university. This is again something that I have to deal with. So as still maybe feeling like a student from the inside. So.
Rumesa, you got another question from the audience. Let me see. What will be your recommendation to academic staff who graduated themselves a long time ago to create quality interactions with students?
I think it's really about listening and creating a space to do so. So maybe even like asking people or asking students who you have a personal connection with their experience, but also through community learning. So for example, within our case, we have 3 days in a week. We provide free tutoring with all kinds of students who you mostly not see at university or who have a lesser access. And it's really about interaction with these students, asking about their needs instead of their own academic perspective. So it's if I could make a recommendation for academic staff, I think it's the first step is to create interaction, to really listen and to engage and within these needs and what they're saying, regardless of your own position or own perspective. Just listening and creating a more safe space to create those interactions.
Yeah. So how?
I can add on to that as well. So FEM also organizes focus groups and helps in basically gathering students to interview for policy changes within the VU. And so what the is saying is like, you know, you need to reach out and listen to those students. But I think it's also important to, you know, if at your university you do have a similar association or organization like Diversity Talks, it's not just a matter of reaching out and saying like, hey, could you guys do this for us? It's also emotional labor and just, you know, general labor. So if this is a point on the agenda within your university, also make sure there's budget to not just get this labor for free, but also to pay these associations and organizations, because it's not easy. So that's just something I want to add on, you know, pay people for their work.
Yeah. I think in talking about topics like this, a lot of people feel like, yeah, okay, but you're intrinsically motivated, so why wouldn't you just want to do this voluntarily or for free? But as you said, it is still labor, and it is still your expertise that you're giving to someone, or your service. So I do think that should not be taken for granted. We have another question. Let's see. So Marisha Rivera from Brighton University is interested to know what you're taught, what your readings are, and the content of the program that influences sense of belonging too. So do you have specific content that you use in your programs, or that you have implied in your work?
I think from an education point of view, we deal a lot with modules that are related to diversity and inclusion and the differences around that. So we have a module within our first year called Inclusion, Equality and Diversity, which is followed up in the second year again with that same module, and in the third year as well. So you're really getting that inclusivity and looking at how the government and other people view our society, and how that sense of belonging is dealt with within society as well, not just from a university point of view, because we can all read a book and look at text, but is it really happening within society? And that's something that from a university point of view, look, when we graduate, we want to know we've got the real life experience in able to go into employment and further education. And that's something from an education point of view that it's value to myself and to my cohort as well.
Yeah, nice. Daphne, do you maybe have anything in particular in mind?
Yes. So for our program, we have more of a theoretical part and a practical part. So what students do part at home before they join the program. And there we also have a module just completely goes into sense of belonging, kind of also first defining what it actually is, but also asking the question, how would you define it? Or what is sense of belonging to you? And then eventually, for example, in the first module also of the program, the students get to know each other, and then we try to motivate them to also see the similarities in each other, see what are the common interests, the common thoughts, your common beliefs. So also to indeed enhance this sense of belonging and to see the similarities instead of the differences between each other, even though we don't even know each other at all at the beginning, saying also that there's more we have in common than we expect. So we definitely focus on it.
Nice. Humesa, see, you
Yes.
unmuted yourself.
Yeah, so we actually made the modules ourselves, kind of. So because we are a student association, all interested in diversity inclusion, many of us have had courses on diversity within their studies, for example. Based on the literature, we made modules and training models to provide this theoretical a sense to our other students, but also blogging. Our students have a media committee in which they provide blogs and social media posts about current topics, in which they try to educate other students through short social media posts or blogs, and they all look for information themselves. So it's a combination of own perspective about literature, but translating it into a sense that makes it understandable and reachable to a greater audience.
Yeah, nice. I have a question for you. I see my internet connection is a little unstable. Can you guys hear me still?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay, perfect. There's a little bit of a lag, I'm sorry. I was just curious. So you're all part of a program or an association, and I was wondering how, after your academic career, how do you aspire to progress this sense of belonging, and how to still work with this? do you have an idea? Do you have future goals maybe on how to, I mean, I'm guessing this is still an important matter for you. Daphne, you already kind of touched upon it, like, okay, leaving university, and now you kind of have to start all over again within a different non-educational context. What are your plans? How do you, not only for yourself, but also how to strive for sense of belonging for others?
So I think it's a constant search, but also indeed something, I think Darren also touched upon that. It's not something that just comes to you. It's something you also have to actively move on, and that moves from your own initiative in that. So I hope to indeed act actively in finding this sense of belonging, and to so to take an active role. So that's what I think trying to also create this open space, indeed, an open eye, and an open just attitude to what the new environment will be, you know, and especially since I kind of realize now working that we as students are also kind of in you know, we're kind of this student bubble, and the moment that you get out there, there's a new world out there, and I hope to keep my eyes open and to indeed there find this feeling, my place again. So I think also very not even a negative thing. Like I'm very happy to kind of for this new search and for this new journey ahead. So I think indeed being engaged with this subject already in university makes it easier also to set that forth in your life after your academic career. Yes.
Great. Anyone else want to add on to that?
Yeah, sure. So I've been always been interested in diversity inclusion, but right now, because I'm in the field and working with organizations, I see that we need a lot to change, and that motivates me to do more. So I'm actually really excited if I can continue my work in diversity and inclusion, and as an advisor using my expertise and my point of view in other fields, not only in education but also in the corporate world, for example. And right now my goals are to create that kind of shift from the educational to the corporate world, for example, by for example writing my thesis about diversity inclusion prospects. So still continuing the circle of research and combining that with my future goals as diversity inclusion advisor, for example.
Thank you. I have a final question for you guys, since we have 5 minutes to wrap up, but I'm very, very curious, tying everything back together, again, taking into consideration the title of today's panel, Sharing Power with Students. Can you reflect on how power has been shared with you to create sense of belonging and a more inclusive learning environment and space?
So power in general? I'm sorry, Darren, you want to go?
No, you.
Okay. So I think so. I'm going to speak not for myself, but for the association. And I think it's not so much also the verb shared. I don't think it's the most appropriate verb, because I think I think diversity talks also has had this issue. It's mostly grabbing power. It's mostly trying to attain power, other than it being given. We still, live in a society where you have to, you're not going to get it, you have to get it yourself. So I think through the support of the other students and, the generation before us, I think that's how we were able to accumulate power to a point where now diversity talks and FM both have power themselves to share to other students and to create change.
Nice, thank you.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Floris. That's a really good point to make. I think it's about maybe associating it with a big table and not bringing a chair to the table instead of being asked to join the table. So I think it's about I think it's really important that students take the lead in these kinds of projects within the power, and it's not a shift in power. It's more a point of maybe you can maybe say it as activism, because you take one point of their mission that they might not reach, and you validate your existence. So I think the universities provide opportunities for us, but it's also because we take the lead in those opportunities.
Yeah, nice. Darren?
Yeah, I liked the point about the metaphor about the table and bringing the chair up and not being asked to come to the table. And I believe that that's where the power comes in. That's where that stance of power from a student point of view is really good. And that can mean that's due that I belong can then come into it situation, and then you've got the sense of diversity and inclusion, and you feel included, which then brings the feeling of belonging, the feeling of you feel like you're a part of a community just by that kind of shift in power, which previously said. So you've got that sense of belonging, and you've got that sense of community, all just from that very simple, just kind of little shift in power and change.
Stephna?
Yes, I want to agree to this, and also powerful words, especially from you, Rumeysa. Or yeah, nice how you say it, how you phrase it. But I think this is indeed where we're getting more and more of this power, and also space for us to let our voice being heard. So yes, I think we're in indeed good times for inclusion and diversity, and to sense of belonging to become more and more important, and to be on the head of the agenda. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very nice to hear all of your stories, and also your input, your vision. And I think it's very important that our generation stands for this, because yeah, it's the future, of course. I want to thank you guys for joining. Thank you very much for your time, and as I said, your contributions. And I hope to see you guys soon, live and not online. Yes, thank you guys.
Thank you too.
Thank you too. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
We will now wait for Marieke to come to the main room to close the session. So just bear with us for a few more minutes.
So thank you very much for this sharing power or grabbing power with students session. I've been listening with great attention, and it's really very important to have your voices as students. And I sincerely hope that we can move onward together and in academia and beyond. So from my perspective, it was a wonderful session, and many thanks again. For now, it was the fourth and final inclusiveness meetup of the I Belong project. And that, of course, is very sentimental moment for me as the project leader of the I Belong project, because after more than 3 years of working as the I Belong team, we are now formally closing the project. However, promoting the inclusiveness of the higher education learning environment so that all students feel that they belong and can optimize their talents is not a project. It was mentioned several times today. It is a process. And I am, well, in reference of the title of today's event, I would like to take this opportunity to shortly look back at 3 years of working as the I Belong team, and then to move to what's next, to what our next task is. And I'm very proud to have been the project leader of I Belong, in which I collaborated with engaged and expert colleagues in the fields of sense of belonging in higher education, with our shared ambition to promote the inclusiveness of the higher education learning environment for all of our students. And I have met many students, staff and experts involved in this team, and I'm very thankful for that. So in 2018, we formed our strategic partnership in higher education to promote students' sense of belonging and success in higher education. And during the 2019-20 academic year, we started implementing the I Belong activities in our single course programs with, as you can see here, lecture halls full of students and staff participating in student-staff dialogues and activities. And we organized our first Inclusiveness Meetup at the University of Osnabrück in Germany. And now we are in the final stage of the I Belong project, and our work is recognized on faculty and university-wide levels and beyond. And I think that is a great accomplishment, but it's also a great need in higher education still. During the 2019-20 academic year, we needed to move to online education due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And as an I Belong team, we needed to redesign and redevelop all our interventions to make sure that they would suit online purposes, stimulating the sense of belonging of our students. And as a team, we were not able to travel and meet each other, and we organized all our partner meetings and our inclusiveness meetups online. And I really hope that we have been able to make a difference for students and staff in higher education, so that the learning environment has become more inclusive for diverse students and will even be more inclusive in the future. So what is next? As the I Belong team, we will finalize our outputs and tools that we have designed, developed and implemented, both in on-campus education as well as in online education. And all those outputs and tools will become available at our website. And some tools are already available for use, and we invite you to make use of all that we have designed and developed and redesigned and redeveloped within and beyond higher education. And we have learned that even by starting on small scale, we can reach awareness and recognition and acknowledgement on other levels and to be able to scale up. And I would like to stress one more time that sense of belonging really is a fundamental human need, and that if one does not feel a sense of belonging, that it can negatively impact motivation and success. So let's make sure that we stay committed to contributing to students' sense of belonging in higher education, and that we collaborate on this topic. And today's event could not succeed without the active participation and contribution of our students, student mentors, our staff and colleagues outside academia, and also our online audience. So I very much thank you all for looking back and moving forward with us. And to end with, I would like to thank all I Belong partners, including all their students and staff members who participated in or contributed to I Belong, for their endless efforts, their resilience, and commitment to the theme of sense of belonging in higher education. I thank you all and hope to see you in the future. Thank you.